Well, welcome everybody. Hope everyone is off to a great start in 2025. Here we are, Glorium Technologies, to kick off this new year with the Global AI Innovation Summit. And everybody, you're in for a treat today. We got just some great people that are going to be sharing valuable content that is going to help shape what you're looking to do in your business sectors in terms of how to use AI technology. And I am so excited. And we wanted to let everybody know, if you're new here, welcome. And for those that have been coming to the summits over the last few years, again, always a warm welcome to you. You're going to see a chat box that, again, we want you to take advantage of, provide us feedback, any questions for each of the speakers, including the panel that we'll be doing to conclude the summit here later today. And we highly encourage you to get involved, engage. The more that you do, the speakers like that. They're going to want to answer your questions. And we're really going to depth to really help you to take this content and actually apply it in your day-to-day in work. And I'm very excited to be, part of this today. Global AI innovation is rapidly reshaping the future of business across all industries. I mean, from anywhere from business transformation in the enhanced operational efficiency. They're saying that this year, AI is expected to double the workforce efficiency and increase profitability by an average of 38%. That is profound. And now, it's going to allow employees to focus on more creative and strategic tasks while AI handles those routine operations. Not to mention, and you've heard it many times before, but it's going to continue to help with the data-driven information to help you make better, more informed decisions with a more comprehensive way of looking at things. And it's going to be integrated across many different areas and industries, from personalized customer service to supply chain optimization. And some of the trends are, you're going to see more AI agents, which you've already seen. You're going to see more of that, systems that can perform complex tasks automatically. And this is going to be expected to revolutionize workforce dynamics and redefine how operational models do across different industries and so on. Not to mention, you're going to see more multimodal AI advancements. And then just overall, it's going to really just make a huge impact on everything that we're doing in our industries. Somebody says, does anybody else have it frozen? I don't, hopefully I'm not coming across frozen, but in any event, I'm here. And just to let you know that, again, leave those comments in LinkedIn. We will be monitoring those as it comes through this stream that we're airing this summit on, so that way we can answer and address all of your questions. And an event also, you see in the upper left-hand corner, that is a QR code. Yes, you can get the recording here. And we highly encourage you to make sure that you scan that so you can get a recording of this entire summit, including all the individual speakers. Take advantage of that, because there's going to be a lot of great content that you're going to want to go over there. You're going to need to register to get the recording, by the way. So I do want to make that known. So you have to register to obtain that recording. So again, it's in the upper left-hand corner. If you see where it's right below live, you'll see it right there. Well, again, we got some people coming in. It looks like we're going to have a good crowd here today, and we're going to get started here. And so what we're going to do is, before we start, I want to give a little bit of background about our first speaker. So with that being said, we're going to go into the first speaker. So we're going to be talking about here how SMBs can leverage the latest advances in voice AI. And our first speaker today is going to be Aaron Lee. He's the founder and CEO at Smith.ai. And just a little bit about Aaron. He was the former CTO of Home Depot and co-founder of Red Beacon. Before that, Aaron was one of the founding engineers at Google Video. He later became the tech lead on YouTube monetization, building AdSense, AdWords, and YouTube products. He was also a launch engineer at Google, helping launch many other Google products and mentoring engineers. Aaron earned his MA and BA from the University of Cambridge with first honors in computer science. He also received his PhD in computer graphics from Princeton and has interned at NVIDIA, Microsoft Research, where he was awarded the Microsoft Fellowship, NASA Ames Research Center, and Lucid Technologies. He has published papers in SIGGRAPH, IEEE, and holds 8 patents. And without further ado, we welcome Aaron Lee to the platform. Hi,
Good
Aaron.
morning, everyone. Hey, thanks, Chris, and thank you to Glorium Technologies for inviting me. Good morning, everyone.
Great. And
Super
the
excited to
platform
be
is
here.
yours, Aaron. You can go ahead and take it from here.
Awesome. So let me share my screen with my deck. So can everyone see it? Yes?
Yes, we
Great.
can.
Okay. So awesome. Thank you, Chris. Good morning, everyone. So today I am going to talk about how SMBs, small medium businesses, can leverage the latest advances in voice AI. I am Aaron Lee, co-founder and CEO of Smith.ai, and we use voice AI plus the human in the loop. We're the only one that answer calls for SMB to deliver 99.7% accuracy. So let's talk about the agenda for today. So I will talk a little bit about myself and Smith.ai. What is the state of voice AI? What works and what doesn't? What is the revenue impact of applying the voice AI to your business? So there's some really, really practical tips there. And what's next? Like what would you expect to see for AI or voice AI in 2025, followed by a few minutes of Q&A. So I'm Aaron Lee. Again, like we are the only company, Smith AI, that uses voice AI plus human in the loop to answer calls for SMB. And I've been serving SMB for over 17 years. So this is a very like near and dear to my heart. And before that, I work on engineering. I work on I call the traditional predictive AI as opposed to the generative AI that we're using today. And my background in computer graphics was really like useful because of the GPU and some of the advance in AI that take advantage of the vector processing in some of the latest advances in the hardware and chipset. So let's talk about the state of voice AI. So if you look at the ASR or automatic speech recognition, it has come a long way. If you look at the past 10 years, the accuracy has increased from 80% to 93%, like which is a huge jump, right? If you look at like kind of the accuracy, every percentage point represent a huge significant improvement from the technology point of view. And it used to be the fact that like you need to process the audio asynchronously. Now you can get real-time processing or even faster than real-time processing. It's like so fast that you can actually apply it in conversations. Now, second thing, the LLM like or ChatGPT has improved dramatically over the past 2 years since ChatGPT first launched. In the first iteration, I would say we've been working on this problem for the past like close to a decade. We have seen ChatGPT doing really well over the past 2 years by reducing the hallucination. If you apply the fine tuning, you can get even better results. And the latency has improved dramatically, and which is really important because when we talk about like kind of natural conversation, that's really only about, I would say, between like maybe a second or less than a second. The moment that the computers are not fast enough to process the audio, you will say you will kind of see this kind of like awkward kind of like dead air. And what is the problem of that? The problem is like the computer or the AI will start talking over the caller, which is terrible because that will further make the audio to be more confusing. So the latency improvement of the LLM is really, really critical to deploy the voice AI. And the third point is the real-time human voice synthesis has become so real that it's almost indistinguishable. If you think about like back in the early days, you have this kind of like robotic voicemail answering machine. You can clearly tell that it is the robot who's talking to you. And but nowadays, like you can actually generate very human-like voice in real time from the LLM. Now, we'll get to the part where like things are not so rosy, right? It works most of the times, but not always, right? And that's why we need a human agent to bridge the gap. So before that, let me show you a real caller to our voice AI demo, and you can tell like how much advances like we have made over the past decade.
Thank you for calling Phoenix Bridge Attorneys. I'm the AI voice assistant. How may I help you today?
I'm looking for help for somebody or with somebody that could help me with a California Proposition 65 legal issue.
Phoenix Bridge Attorneys can provide legal services in any practice area, including issues related to California Proposition 65.
Is this regulation to do with environmental issues, or is it some sort of customer protection issue?
Proposition 65, also known as the Safe Drinking Water and Toxic Enforcement Act of 1986, is a regulation intended to protect California's drinking water sources from being contaminated with chemicals known to cause cancer, birth. Thank you for calling Phoenix Bridge Attorneys. I'm
Environmental issues, or is it some sort of customer protection issue?
Proposition 65, also known as the Safe Drinking Water and Toxic Enforcement Act of 1986, is a regulation intended to protect California's drinking water sources from being contaminated with chemicals known to cause cancer, birth defects, or other reproductive harm. It requires businesses to provide warnings about significant exposures to these chemicals. If you have more questions or need further assistance, feel free to ask.
Yes, we're in the industrial fastener industry, so screws, nuts, bolts, etc. Do these products apply?
Proposition 65 applies to any product that may expose individuals to chemicals known to the state of California to cause cancer, birth defects, or other reproductive harm. If your industrial fasteners, such as screws, nuts, and bolts, contain any of these listed chemicals, then they would be subject to Proposition 65 requirements. Do you have any other questions or need further assistance?
Yeah, last question. Do you know if zinc coating, like a zinc chromate coating, would be one of the chemicals that apply in Proposition 65?
Zinc chromate is a chemical that has been listed under Proposition 65 as a substance known to cause cancer. Therefore, if your products have a zinc chromate coating, they may be subject to Proposition 65 requirements. It would be best to consult with a legal expert to ensure compliance and to understand the specific obligations related to your products. Do you have any other questions or need further assistance?
No, I think I have it. Thank you very much. That's very cool. Very, very good. Whoever put this together is a bloody genius.
Thank you for your kind words. If you have any other questions or need further assistance, feel free to reach out. Have a great day.
Thank you. Goodbye.
So as you can see that like the AI was able to conduct a very natural conversation with the caller, and some of these content are not even built into like kind of the configuration. It was like really the AI was able to understand the caller's question in real time, transcribe it from audio to text, feed it to the LLM, get back the output, and then like convert that into real-time like human like voice synthesis and talk back to the customer. If you look at kind of the end-to-end, like going through this, like we have to get it done in less than a second or two, and that is what you're seeing the advances, and it's really really amazing. Like I'm sure you can see that the caller was quite impressed with the experience. Now let's talk about what doesn't work. So to deploy the voice AI for SMB, we have a real-time requirement. We need like very high accuracy, close to 100%, especially on the contact information, meaning the name, the email, the phone number, or maybe the address. However, in the typical voice kind of like applications, the accents, the background noise, the phone calls, the audio quality sometimes are pretty terrible in the bad reception area. The pronouns, like the names, right, are still very challenging. So if you look at like, let's pick email as an example. The average length of email is 22 characters. Even at the state of the art, 93% accuracy for the speech to text, the AI can only get about 20.5, like 20 and a half characters, which means they will make 1.5 characters wrong which is bad for the CRM because like you have to get every single character right in order to like reach out back to the customer or the potential customers. And that is why we implemented a hybrid approach to basically combine the AI with our human agents. So our human agents will be there, like they will be there to like basically verify like those important information and so on. Now for business outcome, like booking appointments, which is something that like our customers really care about, the human touch, like meaning at the end of the call, after we qualified the caller, is performing way better than the traditional, I would say most of the AI system out there that uses SMS. And the reason is pretty simple. Let's say you send SMS as a follow-up to the potential customer and you want them to book an appointment. Now, there are two possibilities. Either one, they're using a phone that can receive the SMS, which is true most of the time. But if they're calling from a landline or other like kind of like non-SMS capable line, then you will miss the message. Now, even if you got the SMS, it relies on the person to click on the link. It relies on the person to visit the page, stay on the page. They may have questions. They may get confused. They may drop off in the middle of the booking, and you have no idea like whether they do it or not. And then typically they will follow up with another SMS or another call. And people are very busy, so they may not be able to respond right away. So in order to optimize the business kind of like the conversion outcome, we believe the human touch in the last part of the call is still critical to ensure the success. Now, lastly, some callers may not be comfortable speaking to the AI. Maybe this is the first time they learn about AI. They may not feel comfortable of telling what happened or the projects, and they may want to request to human agents. And we've seen a lot of people saying, hey, I really want to speak with like someone that can understand like my unique situation. So this is like kind of like what works and what doesn't. So if you look at what is the revenue impact of why having the voice AI is so important. So the key is not whether we have the AI or not. The key is how can we respond 24/7 quickly to win the clients. And that is actually the most critical factor. Like if you look at like we represent or we have served thousands and thousands of customers. We have handled tens of millions of calls. One of the critical thing that like people decide whether they want to go with your business or not is the responsiveness. Like if they call in and they got a voicemail, if they call in and no one is picking up the phone, or they send a message and no one get back to them, it's really like if you look at the opportunity cost, the likelihood of winning the new business, if you can get back to people within a minute, it's like almost 4 times as much as like you get back in like maybe a day. So, and the time goes down like dramatically, meaning if you don't get back to them quickly, at some point the person is not going to wait. Like they will call another business. They may contact another like person that are more responsive. So it's really important that we have a very responsive AI. Now today, you may say, oh, they have the website, right? So we've seen a lot of people, and we also support like the website chat for the small business. But the phone call has been one of the most, I would say, highest converting channel for our clients. And the reason is simple because like people are giving you like a few minutes of their undivided attention, right? So that means if you can actually answer the questions, you can address the concern, you can like book an appointment for them right then and there. That is the highest converting channel. So we've seen a lot of the business, they spend a lot of time to build that, like I call it 24/7 responsive customer support. The challenge is if you want to do it alone, like either you have to staff your team member, like you have to run maybe like 2 to 3 shifts, or you have to outsource it to other places. And both are not like the greatest because you have to, unless you have the type of the call volume that would justify your personnel costs. Most of the time, your team might not be busy. Let's say you have like 10, 20, or even 100 calls per day, right? Either you're overstaffing your team because you need to address for the like the lunch break or the bio break, or you have to miss some of the calls. So the voice AI is going to provide that kind of like almost, I could call, instantaneous response. And we also have the human agents that can back up in case the AI was not able to answer the questions, or the callers may say, oh, I'm sorry, I really want to like speak to a human. Now, once you take that information, the next thing that we're doing is we push that contact information, the name, the email, the phone number, and the context of the call to your CRM. So if you look at the screenshot, this is one of the HubSpot. We integrated with like pretty much like 5,000 CRM providers, from Salesforce to HubSpot to like House Call Pro to Service Titan to many of the providers. We also do Zapier or Make integration. So that way we can make sure that all the contact information, which we are converting from the unstructured information to the structured information, so that you can continue to run actually more automation, whether it's a email sequence that you continue to reach out to your potential customers, or an SMS follow-up, or any sort of like sales outreach that you can do. And that is really helping not just on the like front desk handling the call, but also on the back end. So let's talk about what's next in the AI. So the ASR will continue to get better and better. Like we work with like multiple like providers, and almost every 3 to 6 months they will have a new model. Like we will actually adopt the latest model so that we can get more and more accuracy. The background noise has becoming like a real problem, because if you're calling in from a noisy environment, we want the system to automatically filter out the background noise so that like the LLM and the speech to text can get the highest quality audio. And then we'll talk about the multiple speakers when like people talking in the background, or when there are two people talking at the same time. So these will get like better and better in 2025. Human voice synthesis, as you can see that like a lot of the times like people say, well, you know, like these type of like emotion, or like kind of like I would say very lively human voice will become like more commonplace. Today we are taking the text and we are converting to the speech, but there will be emotion involved. There will be like excitement. There will be like, hey, thank you so much, or like thank you for your kind words. Like these are the things that we want to make it more lively. And voice cloning, we have like a few clients that really want to represent the brand with their own voice. So if you think about the voice AI as your new website, because people are going to interact with your voice AI. So how do you want to represent your brand? What kind of tone of voice do you want to kind of like present? Like, do you want to be, if you are running an escape room, you want it to be like, you know, a little bit bubbly. If you're running a law firm, you want it to be professional. So picking that voice or the tone of voice is really important. The third thing is like complex call handling. So today, the voice AI can handle, I would say, something simple, right? You ask a question, we can answer your question, or they may have a FAQ and we can populate our AI with like the knowledge base. But when people say, oh, if you fall into this area, then we need to ask a little bit more questions. And based on the questions, then we do conditional branching. That is very involved, right? That is like building a very complex kind of like decision tree. And that's typically what the SMB owners would like to do, because they're not engineers. Like they don't think about their website as like a graph, right? They want the AI to be answer the FAQ or any questions based on the website. They want the FAQ to be based on the type of services that people are looking for. They want to qualify or disqualify based on like whether they can support the projects or not. Like we have like painters that only handle commercial painting. So if people call in and say, hey, I want you to repaint my house like 2 bedrooms, like they would actually not like to like receive that kind of leads, because like that doesn't fit into their practice area. Like how can the AI like behave more like the business owner with the knowledge and the call handling? That will be coming next. And finally, like you think about voice AI, like not just about handling, I call the triage or the front desk, but they will be able to work with like multiple agents. So I think that is also known for the agentic kind of interface, that you have one AI agent handling maybe the follow-up, another AI agent handle the booking appointments. Maybe you have another third AI agent that handle the CRM integration together with the follow-up. So all in all, like you will see more orchestration, you will see more kind of like a agent workforce that will help the business owners to do like basically less work that are mundane and tedious. Now, finally, there's also something really exciting coming out from OpenAI. I think they're still in beta, which is like to go from speech to text and then to the LLM and back to text to speech. Like you're losing a little bit of information. You're losing a little bit of like the tone of the customer. Maybe the person say, "Oh, that's great," and that could mean, "Wow, that's great," or meaning a little bit sarcastic and say, "Oh, that's great." That means they're frustrated. So we can actually like there's another whole new generative model that can take the input voice as an input, bypass the speech to text and the LLM and go directly back to the voice output. So that is something that like I think this is pretty exciting. And finally, I would say if you are a bigger business, you may have your own team of like customer support agents, or you may work with like a BPO or other outsourced call center. The advance in AI will replace some of the easy workload, like maybe the level one customer request, maybe the triage to in routing the call to the relevant teams. So all in all, I think like you will see a lot of productivity gains for from the AI in the customer support or customer engagement. So that concludes my talk. I want to leave a few minutes if there's any questions from the audience.
Well, great job, Aaron. Thank you so much for sharing. That was some great information, and just that simulation that you had shown with the person contacting and having that dialogue with the AI agent was just unbelievable, and it's just going to get better. And can you elaborate, like maybe as we're going to look to see if we have some questions coming in? What industries do you think are going to benefit first or would take advantage of that speech recognition to use that? Like I can envision medical, of course, and insurance, but I wanted to hear from you.
Yeah, so we actually serve a very long tail of customers. We serve like from lawyers to dentists to home services, electricians, plumbers, HVAC technicians, restaurants. It's really a long range. If you think about if you are one of the SMB owners, right, and you have a set of services that you want to provide, and you have people calling in maybe 10, 20 times a day, you don't want to be sitting at your desk, right? You want to focus on the work, right? You want the AI to filter out the people, right, that are like actually not qualified, and let the people who are actually qualified and like matching to your service area or your project areas to route to the relevant team. So the best thing I would say is if you run a business that have like simple requirement, like not like, of course, like I mean this will not work for Home Depot, right? Home Depot has like millions of different products and like tens of thousands of services.
Yeah, that'd be hard. It'd be complicated to get to
It
every
will
little.
be very complicated. But if you're running a small business, like this is actually perfect. We've seen people saving a ton of money.
Yeah,
They offer really great customer support, and they can answer any questions. Like basically the AI doesn't forget, right? I mean, they have a huge knowledge base, unlike human, right? I mean, you probably have to train your staff to learn all the business and the ins and outs, but the AI can absorb all the knowledge in one go. So that's really the most amazing power. I think the interface part is what like we are most impressed about, like the real time, the low latency, and the really human like voice.
yeah, and I'm waiting for some other questions to come in. Sometimes it comes in from LinkedIn, so we're waiting for some things to come over. But another question, like I'm a big advocate of customer experience. Matter of fact, I do that in my business. This is going to have a profound impact on customer experience, and I find that when you can improve the customer experience, that obviously retains clients, and also nurtures additional business as a result of it. And it just has a profound effect on any KPI, especially profit, net profit margin in any business. If you could maybe elaborate to that, I think that'll be very important.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would talk about like how we use it internally. And like, of course, we build the product, we serve many different customers. Internally, we used to have, I call the human evaluators, where we will sample like a small set of the calls and we'll understand whether the AI or the humans are doing a good job, right? And now we're basically building AI to evaluate AI or human conversations. So the AI will actually say, okay, like, what's the call like handling or meeting the demand of the customer? Were we able to resolve, I call the first kind of like first call resolution, FCR, right? Are they able to answer the questions? Or was the caller frustrated or not? Like all this information, and then we collect the data keys, like we call the data keys, like the email, the phone number, the contact information, the address. We also validate like the output of the the data keys as opposed to what we collect from the AI. So we're basically using AI to evaluate the AI. With that change, we basically increase our gross margin by 40% because now we no longer need like someone to listen to that many calls because it's very time consuming and we don't even get to like 10% of the calls, right? Because we have such a high call volume. But with the AI, we can actually evaluate like 100% of the calls. And from there, we can identify maybe the AI didn't have enough information to answer the questions, like that led to customer like dissatisfaction. Then we can go back to the AI, we can update the knowledge base, and we make the AI smarter. Basically, we're improving the AI as we see the call that are going through.
Wow, it's amazing how you're doing that in real time, and that is incredible. And I'm a big advocate. I know in the trades business, I've done a lot of personal consulting in that business myself, and like you said, Service Titan, with plumbers and HVAC, definitely can see how this is going to be a tremendous asset for those businesses that want to, automate more, systemize their processes, and really provide more, really concentrate their efforts on what they're really good at. So thank you for sharing that. I really appreciate that. Now I'm waiting for some other questions to come in. Would you mind if we'd love to get your testimonial about your, sharing here today on the Glorium Technologies platform. If you could take 30 seconds, 45 seconds tops to do a quick testimonial. They're going to isolate you only. They'll take me off camera to do that, and they'll bring us back on again.
Yeah. Okay. So today I'm really excited like to share my experience with Glorium Technologies and the Global AI Innovation Summit. This is a great place where I can meet all the other innovators as well as business owners to share our experiences. So like really amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aaron. And again, if there are any questions that you have for Aaron, please leave this in the chat box. I'm looking to see if anything comes in here. We encourage everybody to reach out to Aaron. This was just a tremendous presentation. I love the dialogue that we had shown us today. I mean, this is great stuff. So again, any questions, please reach out, and so we can make sure we address it for you.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Aaron,
I'm
thank
really
you so much.
because,
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, and definitely we'll connect on LinkedIn.
Will do. All right, take care. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, everybody. Again, we highly encourage if you have any questions that come in, we'll make sure to get that to Aaron to address any questions. Now we're going to get ready for our next speaker here. So what we're going to be talking about here next is we're going to be talking about orchestrating complex AI agents based workflows. And we're going to be here with Anand Ranganathan. He is the Chief AI Officer at OneByZero, and he is the co-founder and Chief AI Officer at OneByZero, a consulting firm specializing in delivering data and AI solutions. At OneByZero, he's the leading projects around generative AI, customer value management, demanding forecasting, and operations optimization for different industries such as telecommunications, financial services, and retail. Previously, he was the chief AI officer at Unscramble, where he had led product development around natural language processing, automated insights, data storytelling, real-time decision-making, and marketing optimization. He also recently worked at Spore, a domain-specific generative AI-powered search company, and led AI and NLP initiatives in the care search product. This included tackling problems around ranking, question answering, hybrid search, use of vector DBs, LLM fine-tuning, and learning to rank methodologies. Before joining Unscramble, he was the global technical ambassador, master innovator, and research scientist at IBM, where he was deeply involved in the development and go-to-market of IBM's stream processing and big data products. He received his PhD in computer science from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign and his BTech from IIT Madras. He also has over 70 academic journal and conference publications and 30 patent filings to his name. So without further ado, we are going to welcome here Anand, if Anand is going to come on here. There he is. Hi, Anand.
Hey, hopefully you can hear me, Christopher.
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us here. We look forward to hearing about your presentation here today. And you're more than welcome to share the screen. And before you do so, again, we want to make sure everybody, upper left-hand corner, the QR code, make sure to scan that, register to get your recording today of Aaron's presentation, and then Anand will be speaking right now. And without further ado, Anand, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you for that warm welcome. Let me share my screen and get going. So in addition to what Christopher just said, one update is that I recently joined Bridgewater Associates in their research department. So just add to my on that list of experiences. But today I'm going to be talking about what I think is one of the more interesting AI developments over the past year. So ChatGPT and so on came out in 2022. 2023 was a year when people were trying it out and figure out what to do. 2024 is when the word agent started coming into play, and there's lots of focus on how do we not just use LLMs in one-off calls, but how do we orchestrate more complex workflows with the help of LLMs, and that's where agentic technologies or agentic flows start really coming to the fore. So, first, to start off, all opinions and what I'm going to cover here are my own thoughts and not related to my company, current or former. But yeah, today I'm going to be talking about AI agents. Talk about some examples of agents that various enterprises have released, some key design principles, and some frameworks for building agents, as well as I'll try to, if you have time, show some examples of AI agents as well. So what are agents? So the word agent has been around for quite a while, especially in the human context. But in the AI context, an agent is often defined as an entity that can perceive its surroundings using one or more sensors, that can understand the current situation, make decisions, and then take actions. And then those actions could further result in the change of the world, which they can perceive again and keep going, in this cycle. So that's been the definition of agents since the 90s. So in the 90s is when the term AI agents came into play. At that time, most agents were heavily rule-based or deterministic. Slowly, they incorporated more machine learning, and now, of course, they've been powered by LLMs, not just in the perception, but also in the understanding, decision-making, and actioning. One parallel I like to give is with autonomous self-driving cars, because a key part of agents is how they interplay with humans. So in the world of autonomous self-driving cars, there are typically 7 levels of cars as defined by the Society of Automotive Engineers, that's the SAE. So the first 3 levels, level 0, 1, and 2, are where the human is in control, and then levels 3, 4, and 5 are where the AI is in control. So the first level is where what most cars today, I think, would be at, which is where there's no actual driving automation, but the cars can give warnings. So for instance, when you veer off your lane or when there's another car in a blind spot, it might give a warning. Levels 1 and 2 is where there's some amount of control that the car might exert at certain points in time. So examples are adaptive cruise control, where the car is going to maintain a safe distance with the car in front of it, or lane keep assist as well. But still, in these 3 levels, the human is in control and the AI jumps in every now and then. Levels 3, 4, and 5 are where the AI is in control and the human has to potentially jump in. Right? So levels 3 is where the car is completely controlled, can autonomously drive, but the human has to be paying attention, and the AI might go back to the human saying, I don't recognize this road, or it's too foggy, or something else take over. And levels 4 and 5 are where some of the more some of the dream of where autonomous driving can actually go. And in fact, if you all have heard, Waymo has been doing the autonomous self-driving cars in San Francisco for a few months now. So I would consider that to be in levels 4 at least, if not level 5. So that's one way in which one way of thinking about how agents and humans can work together to achieve tasks. Right? And there are lots of different examples of similar agents in other settings. So there's personal assistant agents like Siri and Alexa. There's autonomous robot agents like the Roomba, game-playing agents, customer service agents, and many others. Right? And one thing which, in fact, those agents have been there for a while. But over the last 3-4 months, several enterprises have released very interesting agents as part of their offerings. So a company called Clearwater Analytics, which makes a variety of financial accounting and audit software, have now been allowing people to use agents as a way to improve decision making when they're doing accounting or auditing. So for example, they have some agents. They have this is some of the standard agents that come as in their product. They have a Nikki, which is a NAIC policy expert agent, where you can ask questions about regulatory policies and how to interpret regulations. They have another agent called Carlos, a compliance analyst that's skilled at conducting risk assessments and interpreting compliance policies. And oftentimes, all these agents are behind the scenes. They are often powered by either LLMs or sometimes fine-tuned small language models, and often highly personalized and specialized for a very specific task. So that's one example that I found interesting. There is another one is from ServiceNow. ServiceNow again has come out with a agentic framework where multiple agents can be instantiated for different enterprises for use cases from customer service management to IT service management. So an example that's actually on the website is where, let's say somebody calls a call center. Let's say you're having trouble with your cable, which is a very common use case. There's a slew of agents that get immediately instantiated when the call comes in. And for instance, you can see over here, there's one agent that conducted a network review in the customer area and confirmed functionality. Another agent that verified network stability. Another one that looked at similar cases to identify what might be the problem. So all these agents are working behind the scenes. They send their results or their opinions to the actual human agent, and the human agent has now more information to respond to this call coming in. Another interesting company has come out with their own fairly rich agent framework is Salesforce. They have a platform called Agentforce, where you can define agents, and each agent has a role, has data it has access to, has actions it can take, has guardrails that limit what actions it can take, and finally what channels it can communicate on. So if you're using Salesforce in the Marketing Cloud, some other products, you can define agents that can automatically help you do everything from reaching out to leads to qualifying leads or doing other activities. So the world of agents has definitely gone far ahead. And most recently, there's an article from New York Times a couple of months back where they talked about different agents giving dating advice. So there were agents that there's one company called Amori, which had 4 default agents that would all give different kinds of advice to help you decide how do I best position myself in the dating world on different dating apps. So how do I respond to different messages that I might have got on a dating app? So this example, there are 4 agents. There's Christy, the blunt bestie. There's Ethan, the wingman. Tabitha, the wise ant. And Sonia, the love scholar. And all of them might have different opinions. So yeah, lots of very interesting kinds of agents have flowered in the last few months. Another way, I like to think about what agents can do is to look at the level of intelligence they have. And intelligence is, of course, a very vague term, but one categorization is over here. So there are different kinds of agents depending on what their powers are. So the lowest level or the simplest level are something called simple reflex agents, which are agents that can just take in some simple inputs from the environment and respond. Then you have model-based reflex agents that have some understanding of the world and can interpret those what they sense in the context of the world and then take actions. Goal-based agents, where the agents need to achieve a certain goal or perform a certain task. Utility-based agents, where they not just need to achieve the goal, but they need to achieve the goal in an optimal fashion. Learning agents that can improve our experience, and finally, multi-agent systems. So one way I like to explain this is, again, going back to the example from before, which was the Roomba example. So let's say, I'm hoping all of you are familiar with Roomba. It was a robotic vacuum cleaner that's been around for maybe over 10 years, I'd say, and that can automatically vacuum your floors, and it can, as the years of progress, it has improved in sophistication in terms of how it would navigate the floor and sense dirt and pick up dirt and so on. But one way of classifying the intelligence that a Roomba agent might possess is in categorization. So the earliest Roombas were potentially what I would call simple reflex agents. So they would have simple rules like, if I sensed an obstacle, then I would move left or right or in some other direction at random. Right? So if I'm very near a wall, I hit a wall, just go in some other direction randomly. And then a more sophisticated Roomba might eventually, come up with a model of the world. So what is the floor plan, for instance? Right? Over time, it can try to understand. Okay, there's a wall over here, there's a door over here, there's carpets over here, there's floors over here, and I can now use information to decide how to move. A goal-based agent. Now the Roomba has a task. I need to cover all the accessible floor areas. Right? So now it needs to remember, okay, what have I covered, what have I not covered? And then needs to be able to evaluate, have I achieved my goal? Have I covered all the accessible floor areas? At which point I can stop. A utility-based agent where the Roomba now not just needs to cover the floor area, but needs to have some notion of optimality, that I need to cover the area in as quick a time as possible, or minimize the distance spent, or minimize the number of times I'm repeatedly covering the same spot. Right? So if I can make those decisions and cover optimally, that's even better. A learning agent where the Roomba might learn over time, what's the best path to take. And the more interesting one, multi-agent systems, where imagine you have multiple Roombas all communicating with one another and sweeping the whole floor area. So yeah, any questions so far? I'm hoping still visible. I'm still visible, and I can everybody can hear me. Okay, let me continue. So let's go on to talk about how things changed with agents now that LLMs have come into play. Right? So most, at least I would say most, but until recently, a lot of LLM interactions tended to be what are called zero-shot single prompt interactions. Like when you chat with ChatGPT or one of the other LLMs, you give a prompt, it comes back with an answer, and sometimes you might go back and forth a little bit, but usually they're zero-shot. An agentic workflow is where you have a set of defined steps that, and some of these steps might perform some actions, might use tools to get information from other sources, might reflect on the answers, might ask humans for other inputs, and achieve tasks in a much more robust manner. So, for example, a web search agent could, let's say you devise an agent that would create a very comprehensive, up-to-date research report. Right? So one way to do that is that you first ask the LLM, create an outline for the report. And then you ask the LLM, okay, do web searches for the report to uncover interesting information for each part of the outline. So I might do one or more web searches. At different points, I might decide, okay, do I have enough information now, or do I need to do some more web searches? So then I might collect all the information and summarize, ask the user for comments, rewrite based on the comments, and then end. Right? So hopefully a workflow like that might give you a better report than a single interaction. And just to prove it, I won't demo this, but just to prove it, a few months back, I tried to ask GPT-4o in a OneByZero short and agent-based manner this very similar question. Right? So the question was, write a 2-paragraph summary on the impact of Hurricane Helene on the alligator population. So this was perhaps like in August, September, when Hurricane Helene went through parts of Florida and Alabama. And one of the stories that was coming out those days was alligators, swimming the streets of certain towns in Florida. So a zero-shot output, had I won't go through the whole text, but essentially it was a very high-level, generic answer saying, typically hurricanes have these kinds of impacts. Typically, alligators have these responses to hurricanes, and typically this is how alligators might adapt. But there's nothing specific to Hurricane Helene. And the more agentic one, where I allowed it to search the web, I asked it to summarize and ask human for inputs and so on, came up with a much more sophisticated answer, right? Where it specifically talked about Hurricane Helene, it referred to news articles, it specifically talked about the alligator disruptions, like examples from certain areas like Orange Lake and Lake Woodruff as examples where the hurricanes disrupted nesting and feeding patterns. So it's much more specific and I think useful example. And so again, showing the power of how agents can do tasks better than a single interaction. Another example for how agents command might work better is in coding tests, coding examples. So there's a coding benchmark called Human-Eval, which essentially consists of 164 handwritten Python programming problems. And the task is you need to take a look at the description of problem and write a Python function. Right? So an example is write a function to find the first non-repeating character in a string. Right? And this is what the expected answer should be. So there was a study done by Andrew Ng, who's one of the pioneers of deep learning, on comparing how a zero-shot approaches using GPT 3.5 and GPT-4 did on the coding benchmark compared to agentic approaches. And so zero-shot approaches did things like had about 48 to 67% accuracy. But once you added agentic flows where you could make use of various techniques, which I'll get into, you could make use of reflection, you could do planning, you could do multi-agent exploration, often dramatically improved the accuracy. So it went from like 67% in the best case for GPT-4 to about 90 to 95% accuracy. So again, show an example of coding, even agents helping with coding benchmarks. So that's what's happened in the last 2 years. 2023 major focus was on individual models, how individual models perform different tasks. 2024, most of top AI results are from multi-part agentic workflows. Right? So, and lots of examples, some of the AI systems like AlphaCode to MedPrompt, even ChatGPT Plus, behind the scenes, they use agentic workflows to handle different kinds of solutions. So for instance, I think even the default ChatGPT uses tools now where it can search the web or generate code or execute code. So behind the scenes, it's an agent now as well. So let's talk about some of the key design principles in creating agents. The first one is reflection. So reflection is the ability for the agent to think about its prior responses or prior answers and hopefully improve on it. So there was a viral joke towards the end of last year where ChatGPT got this question wrong. What's the number of R's in strawberry? And our default answer would be strawberry contain 2 R's. But then when you put in the context of a workflow, we say, think carefully about the steps. If you need to break down the problem into sub-problems and then find the answer, then with reflection, you could have it improve its answer, and give the correct answer. The second technique or design pattern is tools. So where agents can use tools to search the web, to execute code, and these tools can help it, with understanding what's going on in the environment, with taking on more complex, interesting reasoning functions, or even change the environment in some way. And many popular frameworks, agentic frameworks, have lots of interesting tools. So there's tools for searching the web, tools for interpreting code, tools for connecting to different sites, like connecting to GitHub or Jira or Gmail, tools for accessing databases, and several others. And all these help expand the power of agentic workflows. The next technique that's often used in agentic flows is planning, where we want to reduce the response times for as an example, planning is, given a certain goal, you want to break it down into a sequence of steps that can achieve the goal. So as an example, let's say the goal is we want to reduce response times and handle 80% of incoming customer queries without human intervention. So this is a very high level goal, where you might want to break it down into different steps. So you might say this is the goal, and you might say, the agent, you have access to these tools. Right? There's a chatbot that I have. There's a sentiment analysis tool. There's CRM integrations. There are monitoring tools. And using these tools, the agent or the AI system could come up with a plan, like what are the steps I should perform to improve response times. And for each of these steps, it might then go further and generate code or generate other artifacts to actually get this to fruition. And the last pattern that's commonly used is multi-agent collaboration, where you could have multiple agents that each do something specialized and work on some with certain skills, and together they come up with something interesting. So interesting example is an open source project called ChatDev, where they create agents that mimic a software development company. So, for instance, the agent might there are different agents that represent the CEO, CPO, CTO, and others, programmers, reviewers, testers, art designers, and they all work together to finally produce a piece of software. So it's interesting, we're trying if you have some spare cycles and see what software it produces. All right, so I'll spend like 3 minutes just talking about different frameworks, maybe show a quick demo, and then I'll pause. So there are several agent frameworks that have been developed over the last few years. One of the more popular ones that I also use very often is called LangChain and LangGraph. There's another one called Crew.ai, which also has very interesting capabilities for multi-agent collaboration. And many others. OpenAI came out with its own framework a couple of months back too, and Microsoft has had one for a few months. But yeah, so there's all these frameworks help to develop agents easier. So I'll go just a bit deeper into LangGraph. So LangGraph has an interesting framework where it balances both AI-driven automation with human in the loop, and to give some level of control, and the different patterns that you can develop, different patterns of flows that you can develop in LangGraph. So you can have fixed control flows, say go from one step to the next step, or a sequence of steps followed, with some branches, or have more open-ended observations, or open-ended planning steps where the LM can decide what steps to perform in a dynamic fashion. So quickly showed one demo. Hopefully, so they're able to see this. Okay, there you can. So quickly show one demo. So LangGraph has something called a studio, where you can see how the agent actually performs. So this is an example flow where it starts with a certain there's a flow for generating jokes about certain topics. So I give it a high level topic. Let's say a topic like let's say the New York Giants, right? And what it does behind the scenes is to come up with several aspects or subtopics about the New York Giants, generate jokes for each subtopic or subject, and then decide what's the best joke. Right. So here I'm going to submit New York Giants, and then the different subtopics, right? So different subjects. Let's go, in detail and see. So the first one is one subject about New York Giants. The New York Giants is the historical performance. The second subject is the current roster. The third subject is the coaching strategy, right? And then for each subject, it's a historical performance generates a joke. So the first joke is, why don't the New York Giants ever get lost in their own stadium? Because they have a giant map with the historical achievements to guide them. Or why did the coaching staff, the third subject, why did the coaching staff bring a ladder to a strategy meeting? Because they want to reach new heights. Right? So, and then finally, there's another part of the whole flow which looks at three jokes and picks the best one. Right? So this just shows a simple example of how agentic flows work, where in parallel you can take different threads and then decide on the best one. So yeah, so I'll and if I have time, I'll show maybe one more, which is interesting, which is a research assistant flow. So here's a flow where I can give it a certain topic, and it's going to do this research report like before, right? So I can give a topic like taxes in the US, and I can say, okay, behind the scenes, generate 3 different personas who can give interesting opinions about these taxes, and then conduct interviews with these personas, and finally produce a report. So under the scenes, it's going to treat these personas. There's one persona from the, Dr. Carter, who focuses on the implications tax policy. Somebody from Harvard, somebody from Tax Foundation. If I like these, I would say approve, and then it's going to go and conduct interviews with these personas, take the transcripts of the interviews, and finally search the web sometimes and produce different artifacts and finally come with the answer. So while doing that behind the scenes, let me pause and see if there are any questions in the last 3 minutes or so.
Okay, Anand, thank you so much. I appreciate your presentation. Wonderful presentation. Again, if there is any questions for Anand, please leave them here, LinkedIn, so we can make sure they come up here in the Restream chat box area here. And again, when you leave a review, and then also with questions, you'll get a copy of each of the speakers' decks. So that's important. You have to make sure that you do a review, and also if you have any questions, that will be quite helpful. Let's see here. Don't see anything yet, Anand. But Anand, as we wait to see if some questions come in, would you mind doing a 30-second to 45-second just review of your experience delivering here on the platform?
Sure. Should I start now? Hey, everybody. It's been a pleasure presenting on the Restream platform at the Glorium Technologies Global AI Innovation Summit. I see there's an amazing set of speakers that are on deck for today. So I'm hoping you'll get a chance to either see them in person or look at the presentations later on. But yeah, this is super exciting, hot topic, great speakers, and thanks Glorium for setting this all up.
Thank you so much, Anand. And by the way, you've gotten a lot of praise messages in LinkedIn for your presentation, so you definitely register. But we're not getting a lot of questions for maybe people have to warm up here. But nonetheless, there were a lot of praises in LinkedIn during your presentation, so that's a good thing. We have things here.
Great to hear.
Seminar, great presentation. So yeah, there's a lot of things that there. So we want to thank you, Anand, for sharing your wisdom with us here today. It was quite valuable, and thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you, Christopher, and good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
And we're gonna move along right now. We're gonna be heading. Anand did a great job, including Aaron, with their presentations. Again, we highly encourage everyone, if to reach out to them, connect with them. Some valuable advice. So we're going to be talking about redefining success in the AI era, thriving beyond the machine. And we're going to be talking next with Murat Ozturan, if I pronounced it correctly. And I'll give you a little background about Murat. Surviving Learn, unlearn, relearn is the only way for a CTO. With 4 decades of IT experience, Murat is a technology strategist and keynote speaker who has lived in 8 cities on 4 continents. Extensive background in IT and leadership, his career expanded over several industries, including finance, healthcare, and automotive. While a geek, he is known to solve business problems without geeking on technology. He started his career building IT solutions in Renault, France, for their Formula One team and moved to finance to develop award-winning solutions. He is a 30-year veteran of Microsoft who worked in engineering, corporate, and field technical leadership, focusing on databases, development, and AI. He was part of the early development of business solutions on the cloud. He had set the direction for the architecture of high-priority customer projects, developed and executed early technology adoption programs, built and supported technical communities driving IP creation and usage, as well as contributing to overall quality assurance. Murat was involved in culture and methodology since the beginning of Microsoft services. He was instrumental in developing and adopting foundational principles, which ultimately contributed to technology-inspired culture. Additionally, to his speaking engagement, he is a technical advisor for several startup organizations. And without further ado, we welcome Murat to the stage. Murat, how you doing today?
Hey, how are you? Nice seeing you. Hi, Christopher.
Great to have you here, and we look forward to hearing your presentation. And the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, and I'm excited to be sharing some of my experiences. And I like to talk about the success in the AI era. And the reason that I do this kind of talks is it's sometimes people are too much stuck in the technology and don't realize that it's defining the success is nothing to do with technology. Technology is a tool that we need to work with the tool and be able to create and build with this new era of time. So let me give you a little bit of my point of view on this. I love the Albert Einstein's the quote, "The mind that opens to a new idea never returns to original size." I think we are growing constantly. We are learning. I mean, look at what happened last 5 years. You know, AI used to be just a technology term that geeks like us used to talk to each other about. Now, even my grandmother is asking about what's AI and how can she use it and how can they be a part of this overall evolution. And this is a very interesting change that is happening. AI is the companion you've been waiting for. And this is not only for people that is we are providing to. And sometimes you hear people talking too much about the AI that people write that creates the AI. All right. So AI is a companion not only for personal but business perspectives. So everything that I'm going to talk about is actually relevant to your personal life and your personal success and your business's life cycle and your business's success. So it's very important to be able to look at it and understand what's going to come. So let me show you one of the important things. Trust but verify used to be a quote by the Ronald Reagan, one of his political mottos. But I like the Derek Siever's version of it. Trust but verify. Remember, when delegating, you have to do both. So I see a lot of people are delegating a lot of stuff to AI. And one of the things that I always say about the AI is you have to be very careful, because intelligence is a nice word, but it can be stretched to different meanings. AI is something that needs to be trusted, but verified as necessary. Recently, I was listening to one of the blogs, and I come across this. create a collage of new watches showing 6:30 a.m., p.m., it doesn't matter. I want the new watches that's going to show that. And I tried this question to 3 different AI tools. Copilot from Microsoft, ChatGPT, Gemini, all of them came back with different results. But interesting enough is none of them was 6:30. Because as you know, when the commercials for the watches happens, it's 10 past 10 is the nice way of demonstrating and showing the best position of the clocks. So in here, for example, the AI created a collage of watches, ignored the 6:30 or tried to do the 6:30, but didn't know anything about it. So when you're looking at this type of solutions, this is just a simple example. You have to look at every tool that you are using it this way. Okay, I'm in an area where my father brought in the first calculator to the house. He was very much when the calculator came, everybody was talking about how people are going to forget about the mathematics. And don't forget, since the calculator happened, humans are really accelerated their mathematics knowledge and increased the power of calculations. And we achieve more in last 50 years with the calculator than before. Okay, same thing is here as well. But the most important thing, that the tip that my father gave me, is says when the calculator gives you an answer, you have to check if that's correct or not. You have to have the good experience and understanding of the subject to be able to say, no, this answer is not correct. I did something wrong, or the calculator did something wrong. Here is not a 6:30 a.m. or 6:30 p.m. This is 10 past 10. Okay. And I said, okay, let's try something else. For example, let's try create a clock of clock towers showing 6:30. So not that all the watches out there with the pictures are 10 past 10. Same thing. It's random now. It's no longer 10 past 10 because nobody tries to sell a clock tower. Last I checked. So they don't put the pictures of 10 past 10 on the clocks. And so what they do is in the clock towers is just random pictures of it and random clocks out there. So it's important to be able to identify and work in there. Last week actually, a colleague of mine, David Borkel, published a tool is how to create agents. Like Anand was talking previously in this call about the agents, and he described about how can you describe how your agent is going to behave. Is it the Socrates, the inquirer, Plato, the scholar, or Aristotle, the analyst? And I love this idea, and not only from how you create your agents from, but how are you going to utilize AI for? Am I asking a question about a typical, like a deep, thought-provoking questions like Socrates would answer? And is that what the expectations that I have in there? Or the scholar, the Plato, that library information that I'm looking for, that is very black and white type of things. On the other hand, Aristotle will be the analyst, okay? So I strongly recommend to start putting in your imagination what kind of questions I am asking, what are kind of answers that I'm expecting, okay? I love the idea that the AI is my companion and is helping me to achieve more and allows me to create new stuff instead of doing the mundane again and again. So let's look at it a little bit more. In life, change is inevitable. In business, change is vital. From Warren G. Bennis. This is a very important thing. And change is something that we can avoid long time and we can resist long time. And this has been happening quite a lot. And this is one of those things that, for example, if you are a background or you know about the accountants and financial people, accounting is something actually quite simple process. Okay, it's plus and minuses, and is the ledger is one of the simple processes, but we made it very complex. And so we have people who knows that complexity and clarify. But something like AI picks it up very quickly and start repeating, because in general, the accounting process is a very simple process that the AI can do. There's not much creativity in there. Actually, when the accountants start getting creative, it might cause a lot of troubles for the organizations. Interesting two photos of the Grand Central Station. The first one is from 1910, and the second one is 1919. Okay, changes happen very quickly, and changes happen in such a way that you might not realize that how fast this happened. Look at the first picture. There's horse carriages, etc. The background, I think there's one or two cars, but dominantly is horse carriages. In less than 10 years, everything is cars. You don't see any horse carriages in there. So this is a very big challenge, and similar to what things happening now with the AI, and a lot of things are changing. The change might come very quickly, that you need to define what your success is. All right. So if you're a horseman in 1900s, you have three choices. You need to understand what business am I really in. Okay. You can try to continue the business and the service, watch it as it disappears, because they're not going to allow you to start running horses where the cars are riding, and it's not going to be effective to be and actually efficient to be able to do horse carriage versus a truck or a car. Okay, you have a couple of choices. Additionally, learn about cars and get a license. So if your objective is to carry something or carry people and transport people to certain places and transport goods to certain places, then you can say, okay, horse era is over. I need to learn about cars and get a license and learn about this new stuff. But you're really passionate about horses. You really want to do horse stuff. Then only choice you have is to become the best exceptional horse person out there and work in a race stable for race horses and be able to still make good money and make living in there. Okay, a lot of people still does a great living on looking at the older technologies and leveraging older technologies and doing it. But you have to be exceptional to be able to do that. So you need to really evaluate, what business am I really in? Am I here for horses that excites me and I'm really good at it? Or am I here to help people transport themselves or transport the goods that they have? Then decide that maybe it's time to change the tool that I'm using. The other thing that is very important is I find these two pictures quite interesting. I'm originally from Turkey, and this is a knife sharpener. And I find a picture of a knife sharpener in 1865, and another knife sharpener that was taken in about last year. So there's a lot of things happened in the knife business. Okay, you need to be very aware of it. For example, the quality of the steel, etc., has been used on knives is much better than what it used to be. When I was growing up 50 years ago in Istanbul, nearly every corner in the neighborhood had a knife sharpener, because you had to regularly sharpen your knives and send it to there and make it happen. All right. And if you notice the gentleman there in the second picture, that is using exactly the same machinery and the tools that was in 1865. And the same challenge goes in, but the tools have changed and everything is changed. The knives are much better, keeps their sharpness much longer. There's tools available that people can do it at home, the sharpening part of the process. So this becomes a very important when you're looking at your business. If you're an accountant, all right, what is the new things? What is the creativity that I'm gonna do? You cannot just drift in the autopilot and hope that you're going to continue to have the business you are in. Why do I matter? I am the most important thing. I bring the energy, ingenuity, and purpose to this, and it's very important. If it's not I, my business brings the ingenuity, energy, and the purpose to life. Okay, repetitive task is no longer available. It's gone. It can be taken care of by AI and similar type of tools and different type of technologies. Book knowledge is no longer a differentiator for people perspective. This is something that is changed very quickly. Is no longer that I have to keep reading and having the book knowledge, but I need to bring myself, my creativity, and my network. And network is one of the most important parts of the process that we will be talking about. Maya Angelou says, we can't use up creativity. The more we use, the more you have. And the AI in your business and AI in your personal life really opens up great opportunities to be creative. Imagine that you have the possibility now to be able to create the agents and be able to leverage all these things that's available for you. Okay, when you think about it, you have the best administrator, you have the best consultant, you have the best knowledge person that you can ask a question very quickly and will give you the answers. Okay, that should open up a significant time on your life or in your business to be creative about. Okay, if you don't concentrate on the creativity of your work personally or as your business, you're going to have a big challenges. And so instead of concentrating on the tedious works, I have like many of us, we know people that works hours and hours to create a monthly report. Okay, and reports that is being looked at and passed very quickly. If you are one of those people, it's time to think, what can I put as a me person into that monthly report that is different than AI can put? Okay, I do believe that humans have still a big edge on the AI, and agents, etc., will help you to create that report very quickly. Please spend your time, spend your brain power to add what needs to be done in there very quickly. Sorry, let me go back. So from that perspective, this is one of those areas that I find it to be much more collaborative. I think it's important to start thinking that way. So a couple of ideas that I need to give you. If you are part of this era of AI, personally, you should be members and start purchasing the AI powers that you're looking for. For me, it became very useful that every morning I go in front of my mail client, and I work in Microsoft, so it's my mail client being Outlook. I have the AI system behind it, and it tells me what are the key things that I need to do today. It's very quick. It analyzes. In the old days, I had to scan all the emails, everything. I had a separate OneNote and a piece of paper or post-its saying that I need to do this thing. I don't need to do this anymore. All right. My brain power should be concentrating on what the differentiation that I'm going to bring to the organization, to my life, and leverage that power. Okay. With that, I would like to open up a little bit more about the questions. Any questions out there? What kind of tools and things that you are using that really made your life much easier, so you can really utilize your brain power for creativity?
Well, Murat, thank you so much for the great presentation. And we do have some questions that
Okay.
came in. We had one earlier where it says, where do we start when learning about agentic AI implementation?
Okay. So it was what I'm always like, I know the technology group and a lot of technology people. If you are creating agentic AI implementation, there's a lot of tools out there, and basically everything that you generate on the AI systems are agentic. Okay. It's now we're talking about multi-agent collaborations. Anand mentioned quite a lot of it. I mean, there's a lot of tools available. Each vendor of AI provides tools and technologies that allows you to create the agent that you're looking for. But if you are a consumer, then look at the different areas of the AI to be able to leverage and take that coming in. Okay. So that answer your question, I think, is Pavani.
Pavani, yes. Yeah. And Pavani, if you like to elaborate in the chat, if there's anything to make sure Murat had addressed, if there's anything else you want, please let us know. And then we had another question. It says, would you give a chance to an AI tool verifying another AI tool?
Well, of course. I mean, that's a great way of leveraging AI. The question is, are you going to trust the other AI tool? So if there is definitely you can create AI agents to cross-check. I mean, if it's calculation is not an issue, okay? But if it's a philosophical issue or something that is always in the gray matter, it's not easy to black and white. So from that perspective, I would recommend that there's going to be always a human that's going to make that decision.
Great. Hopefully that answers your question. We didn't have a name to the person there. And we got
That's
another
fine.
one here. How would it raise the cost if we were looking forward to work with AI agents for data on premise?
How will it raise the cost? Yes, I mean, when you start having the your specific data and you want to leverage that and doing on-premises data, it is significant processing power necessary. Okay, the cloud providers and technology providers create that power and leverage. It's kind of can you create your own electricity? Yes, sure, you can create your own electricity. Would you like to do that? but you're not going to be as efficient as an electricity provider to a larger organization. So I always question the idea, why would you like to do this thing on premises versus in a cloud or similar type of environment? Because basically the affordability of the scale is the important part.
Excellent. And Pavani just mentioned you did address her question, the question there. Great presentation. Got a lot of praise here, Murat. Any other questions that you have for Murat? Murat, if while we see if any other questions come in, would you mind doing a 30 to 45 second just a review of your experience here on the Glorium Technologies platform? They're going to put you on just you, and you can just give some feedback, and we'll come back and see if we have other questions.
So there's a couple of things, and I would like to talk about that. You really have to look at how are you using the AI yourself. Okay, I think that's the starting point. It's very important that you look at the professional tools out there. Don't just get satisfied by the free tools available out there. Then start creating agents. If you are a technology person, if you are an organization which has a lot of data that they own, it's very important that you start leveraging that data. And one of the important parts, and probably the question about the on-premises comes from, people are very worried about losing their data to a larger learning model. Okay, there's a lot of tools available, including Microsoft and other vendors as well, to be able to do AI on your own data only. And there's several ways of doing that thing, and you can leverage that. And you can always do these technologies on premises, but it becomes more and more difficult, and it's very difficult to keep up with the technology to be able to upgrade on premises tools and technologies out there. I mean, about 10 years ago, I relocated to Singapore for several years. And I basically shut down a data center in my basement that I had a lot of servers and tools and racks that my personal use only. Then I came back and I look at, and about 6-7 years ago, I'm like, what's the point of purchasing all these racks and servers again when I could be getting as much power as I like this month, and next month when I'm on vacation, I can just shut everything down and don't have to pay for it.
Awesome. Well, Murat, this was fantastic. Would you mind leaving just a quick 30-second testimonial about your experience here on the Glorium Technologies platform? They're going to bring you back. Just give your feedback of what your experience was presenting here on the platform.
Could you repeat that? Sorry, it broke.
Oh, yeah. We were looking to see if you could leave a 30-second testimonial about your experience presenting here on the platform.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important that AI is a tool, and is a very powerful tool that's going to make and break the future. And we need to know how to utilize it. And we like to make sure that you are using the AI for your benefit in the best possible way. And don't be shy to delegate stuff to AI, but always trust, but verify with any tools that you have. The other thing as well, I think Glorium Technologies, as soon as you get registered and you put the evaluation in there, they'll be able to send you the presentations that we have. So please fill the evaluation, scan the code, and you will receive all the presentations that we've been provided.
Well, thank you so much, Murat. Thank you for your time today, sharing and addressing questions. And again, just nothing but praises about your presentation here on the platform that you shared. So again, thank you for being with us here today.
Thank you very much, and looking forward to the panel later on.
Yes, we're looking forward. Murat will be here so we can address more questions with him then.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everybody, we're going to be moving forward here. We're going to go back on to our next speaker here. We're going to be talking about the time for AI and software testing is now. And we're going to be talking to Aseem Bakshi, CEO and founder of Webomates. If I said that correct, I'm usually not always great at pronouncing things, but I'm sure he'll correct that. As the founder of this company, he's created Webomates CQ, an AI-powered testing platform that reduces testing time by 10x to AI generate automation and reduce test time to fix automation with AI healing by 10 times while guaranteeing completion in 24 hours. He's had the honor of winning multiple technical Emmy Awards for his contributions to the technology sector. And over the years, he's led large teams across finance, media, and telecom, managing multi-million-dollar projects. As an innovator in AI test automation, he holds multiple patents for advanced AI-driven methods and also co-founded Psychability Inc. and was selected for Philips High Potential Management Program early in his career. And without further ado, we are going to welcome Aseem. Aseem, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing great. We are looking forward to your presentation on your topic here today, and the floor is all yours.
Wonderful. So I'm not actually going to do a demo or a live demonstration. Instead, I'm going to encourage everybody to try it out themselves. There's nothing like using AI in testing yourself. We have a sandbox that's completely free, and we have a free trial that you can run. So when I make claims of what AI can do and provide for you, and you go, there's no way that's possible, try it, and you'll see it actually working in real time. I'm going to talk on two different areas in software testing. The first is from the perspective of user interface testing, and specifically looking at sort of like the evolution of automation testing from traditional automation platforms to AI platforms today. And the second one, which I thought was kind of entertaining, is we did a sort of like a bake-off between using these Microsoft Copilot, Google Gemini, and what we do from a perspective of using AI for API testing, and where each one was appropriate. So that's the two sort of areas. The first, here is a reason why QA is important. Many people at times sort of go, well, it's testing, who cares? Until one of these things happens. These are just epic fails. And I mean, if you look for about 30 seconds, you can find as bad or worse. There's one of our customers had a massive problem in 2017 that was frankly even more expensive than these. My marketing team sort of like pulled out some examples, but what's the real takeaway? You can lose a lot of money if a bug actually makes it into production. And it's not just that your schedule is getting out of whack or your budget is overrunning. You can cripple, and in many cases, actually, in these scenarios, entire divisions have been shut down as a result of an epic fail that cost $440 million in 45 minutes to Knight Capital Group, or $451 million to TSB Bank. So, I mean, testing is important. And frankly, it's getting harder to test over time. I've been building systems. I have a master's in computer science. I'm a developer by background and system architect. And honestly, with systems becoming more and more agile, and with cloud environments, these are all great things from a development perspective. But from a test perspective, the complexity of what's being done is just going up. And the requirements, I mean, one of the clear values of Agile is that requirements change. One of the key problems in testing is that the requirements changed. And releases are getting more frequent. We have many customers that are releasing code per day, not per week, not per month, not per quarter. We have some that do that, but releasing into production on a daily basis. So there's a need for both speed and precision in terms of what's being carried out. And notwithstanding that, test automation is kind of always, I'm sorry, I don't really have a good way to say this, but it was never good. It's been a painful process to make automation work. So what are the areas that you can really use AI to make a difference in the testing that you're carrying out? In UI testing, the bane of automation testers are locators and timeout. From our own internal data across all of our customers, we see isolated locator and timeout changes, not feature changes, just the locator is broken and the timeout is broken, is 40% of the time why a particular test case is not working when a new build comes. What's an AI solution? I'm going to talk a little bit more in depth about this. While the automation is executing, why can't the AI just fix the locator for me? And in addition, why can't it just fix everything, not just sometimes? Self-healing, we've managed to get 70% of locator and timeout changes to auto-fix themselves while the automation is running. And then we have a mode called AI healing where everything is fixed within 24 hours. API testing, there's a lot that can be done with AI when it comes to test case generation, when it comes to self-healing, when it comes to shift left testing. Mobile testing is an interesting and different space due to device fragmentation, localization that is there. That's there in UI testing too, but I think mobile is bringing it even more to the fore, and it's more challenging because of the device fragmentation. Once again, AI tests that are targeted first towards the features and second towards where issues are likely to come between mobile native versus mobile browser applications can really make a difference in terms of how your testing is carried out. And then there's the COTS applications like Salesforce, SAP, Oracle, et cetera, which are complex workflow applications. And their typical test cases are over 100 test steps and validation points. That makes them incredibly brittle and very, very tough to maintain. And some of the systems like Salesforce, even getting locators to work correctly in the first place is tough because of how complex their HTML is. So I'm going to start with one of the more basic QA metrics called defect leakage. Hopefully everybody knows this, and I'm just going to breeze through this. But I found many organizations that don't even measure this. And defect leakage is how many bugs made it to production over how many bugs did you find, right? And if you're doing a pretty good job, you're going to have that below 10%. There's all kinds of ways to manipulate this metric. But if you're not measuring it, you're really not taking a quantitative look at what is the quality of the software that you're deploying into production. This is a build out of the cost of a bug. I think since the 60s, there's been research from IBM that talks about how expensive bugs are, particularly when they're found later in production. You start off with the stuff that most of us deal with in dev teams on a day-to-day basis. Your schedule goes up. You have to do overtime. The project gets delayed because by the time you start testing, because dev is always late, by the time you finish, the schedule's out, then you find more bugs, then you delay even further. But that's actually the good scenarios. The bad ones are you actually push it to production and people look at your software and go, oh no. I think there have been some examples where, even recently in the public, where people have pushed out new builds and literally the company's gone sideways. Service outages are direct revenue impacting for many people, like, for example, at Priceline or any of the travel industry portals where, if your site's down, you're not making money. And then there's the cases where you actually get hit with lawsuits for what happened when a defect leaked into production. It's incredibly expensive is the basic point. So what's the solution for this? The solution is comprehensive, up-to-date test automation run in staging. Seems really simple, right? Just run your automation in staging. Unfortunately, the keywords comprehensive and up-to-date are the things that kill you when it comes to software testing and automation. So Comprehensiveness. How do you know that the test suite that has been generated is any good? How do you know that all features have been tested? How do you know whether negative tests have been put in? Currently in the industry, most people basically look at a test case that's written by someone, review it by someone else reviews it. Sometimes they just take it as good enough, and they use that as the metric. This is one of the areas that AI can really help you. We've actually built AI crawlers that navigate through websites and identify test elements and scenarios, so that this picture at the bottom is straight off of our Webomates CQ, which is our testing service. We generate this using AI. It's a test plan showing you the hierarchy of test cases, and then we generate the actual human readable test case. We're using web crawlers with AI to actually identify the test elements and the scenarios. And then we're using LLMs to take these scenarios and generate the full test case and validation points. I heard one of the last speakers say this. I'll just reiterate it. You have to check the output from AI, and we go at extreme lengths to partner with our customers to make sure that they review, approve, edit, modify everything that we generate at this level. Cool thing is, you edit the test case here and you just get the automation and run it. This sounds like science fiction to most of the people I present to. My answer is log in right now, go to webomates.com, play with the sandbox, put your own application in, do a free trial, and try it out. This will be generated for you in 24 hours. The test cases will be generated for you, both of these parts in 24 hours, and the automation 24 hours later for 10 to 15 test cases. If you have questions, keep asking them. I'm going to keep moving forward. So 2 parts to decreasing defect leakage: comprehensiveness and up-to-date. Let's talk about up-to-date. If you've ever written test automation, the problem is not just getting it ready, which is a software project in and of itself, to just get the automation built. The problem is that with every build and every execution, when a new software build comes, the automation software breaks. And the problem with the breaks are, it could be a bug, or it could be the automation no longer works. Types of things that break automation in UI are locators, timeout, test data change, environment data change, and here are some of the kickers. The feature changed, or a new feature was added, right? AI can help you for all of these capabilities. We believed in this so strongly that we actually invented a word and copyrighted it called AI healing, where this table down here actually tells you in technical terms what is guaranteed to be fixed in 24 hours using AI healing. Locators, all types. Doing IDs, very easy. Doing XPath, not easy at all. And if you go into our sandbox, you can actually see an example of 2 builds of software where the 2 builds are actually different and the locators have changed and the automation continues to work. Locators timeout, test data change, environment data change, and then the really hard ones are the test cases modified. So how does AI help in these cases? We've built a neural network that actually analyzes the output of the automation system and identifies on the fails what the root cause, whether the problem is a bug or a script that's broken. And if it's a script that's broken, what's the underlying root cause? Is it a locator or a timeout? And then actually recommends what the fix is, and in some cases just does the fix. The neural network was trained with data that we've accumulated within our own system over time, but it's 99.92% accurate in identifying in a failed test case why it's broken. We use natural language processing and vision AI to actually analyze. The natural language processing is used to take the user story for the new build that's come. So new build has, say, 4 user stories. We grab the user stories, take the text that's in there, and analyze it to actually identify what are the test cases that are modified and what are the test cases that are being added as a result of this user story. And then we use vision, for example, which is another part of artificial intelligence, where you're looking at pictures and compare them to see if at this test step last time in the build, what did the user interface look like, and now what does it look like? Then we use LLMs to regenerate the test cases that have been identified as needing fixing, and then from there regenerate the automation in 24 hours. And now you have up-to-date, comprehensive automation, which really can make a huge difference on your defect leakage numbers. Second area that really can help is shift-left testing. Everybody talks about shift-left testing. This is basically find your bugs early, right? Everybody knows the earlier you find a bug, the cheaper the cost of that bug is. You can sort of like dive into it and do the analysis. But I mean, anybody working on a dev project will say, if I can find it in dev, not in integration, it's better. If I can find it in integration rather than in staging, it's better and cheaper for you. And of course, finding it in production is just a bad idea. Finding defects in production. The solution for this is surprisingly the exact same answer: comprehensive, up-to-date test automation. Why? Because if your automation is up to date in 24 hours, well, then you can do what this grid shows. Over here, this is only January, so it says all the bugs were found in development because it was for the first 10 days and there was Epic in development. But look over here, in Q4 in 2024, 2% of the defects were found in development, 13% were found, 15% were found in integration, and 78% in staging. Whereas over here, more than half the defects were found before you even got to staging. If you can find defects earlier using up-to-date test automation, you get transparency, predictability. Transparency because you know what's working, predictability because you know how much is left to be fixed based on the pass-fail reports and bugs, and lower stress because you don't get a massive pileup of defects that occurs at the end of the system. Okay, here's a very quick comparison between using Copilot and Gemini. These are excellent tools to use in dev. You can look at these slides. They're really good. We spent a good while and we constantly reviewed the updates. In December, Gemini was leading on the unit testing front, which is what we used it for. Really, really good. You can see over here, writing boilerplate code, code generation, code refactoring, debugging, and we gave it an 8 on 10 to use Gemini for unit testing. If you aren't using Gemini or Amazon's Code Whisperer or Microsoft Copilot, please do. It'll make your unit testing life tremendously easier. However, this does not work as well when you start doing actual multi-service test cases. This is a simple API test with a workflow. You can see that prompt time went up to 137 minutes. Then we did a medium to complexity test case, 1,000 plus words, 240 minutes. And you can see the sort of like pages and pages of the prompt that we were trying to do it. It wasn't very good. Authentication was missed, APIs were missed, and it really starts breaking down in that. So basically, use them for unit testing. They're very good for doing that. And that sort of covers everything that I wanted to do today. If you have any questions, start queuing them up now. One last comment. I've tried to put together these cheat sheets that can help you look at the evolution of automation, going from sort of like open source Selenium to cloud automation systems, and what are the capabilities you pick up there versus AI automation systems, and what are the capabilities that you pick up over there. Just go to Webomates.com, resources, AI cheat sheet, and download the cheat sheet if you're interested. Similarly, I've summarized a cheat sheet for unit testing versus system and integration testing for APIs. You can see over here the unit testing, Gemini, Copilot, Code Whisperer, all really good for happy days, negative scenarios, but being specific here, this is single service unit testing. Think like method level, you're putting in happy day scenarios, you're putting in negative scenarios, you have a nice block of text that describes your method. The LLM capabilities are super for taking that text and generating happy day scenarios and negative scenarios for testing at a unit test level. You want to do more complex testing, you really need an AI automation system that can generate test cases for you, that can generate automation for you, and that can do AI healing to keep it up to date. You can see, again, test data, environment data, regeneration, all starts coming in when you start looking at AI automation systems. So with that, have any questions?
Great job, Aseem. Thank you so much for sharing. Let's see. Yes, we do have a question that came in. The question here, Aseem, is, can you share examples how AI has helped organizations that you have worked with improve their time to market?
Absolutely. The first thing is that if you do testing today in this fashion, where you do one cycle where you do development, and then you do one cycle in which you do testing. And normally that's the way it works up, whether you're doing manual testing or you're doing automation testing. You have, like, if your sprint is 1 month and your dev sprint is 1 month and your test sprint is 1 month, that's reduced to 1 day using AI in your testing framework. We guarantee that we will fix the automation in 1 day. You can dramatically reduce your test time, which then means that you can get to market faster because you're not doing that build one, wait one, because what happens is you build, then you start testing, the bugs start going back, and then in the middle of the next dev build, they're suddenly getting bugs that they're trying to fix and everything starts delaying out. If you know 1 day later that your automation has tested everything and you're good to go, you suddenly will move a lot faster. And shift left testing will make that even superior because your defects are found on developer check-in or at integration test time, maybe on a weekly basis.
We have another one. Thank you for that. And thank you. That was a great question. Another question here, Aseem, is what is the level of detail that is required for requirements for automation to be efficient? And it's 2 questions, actually. And are these functional or domain level user stories?
So, funny requirement for when we generate the documentation that's necessary is nothing. Nada, zilch, zip. Why? Because how many projects have you worked on where you've walked in and someone's like, you're like, can you give me the marketing requirements document? Yeah, we wrote that like 10 years ago and we haven't updated it since. So when we're doing AI generate, which is the creation of the automation, we need access to the system, as in HTTPS access, and we need a test account of a role that you want tested, or if it's 3 roles in 3. And the test plan and the test case will be generated based on the user interface itself or on the Swagger document if it's an API. If you have more, we have customers that have fed us requirements document. We've had customers that fed us test cases. The AI sort of like is like a fat cat. When you feed it more, it just goes yum. And the quality of what comes out is even better. So your review and control decreases as the input increases. But we'd go out of business if we required everybody to write everything, Pavani, first. Now, the user story part that I talked about was something that we found almost everybody does. When you're doing the next build, almost everybody is either using Jira or Jira, depending on your pronunciation, or they're using the Microsoft equivalent system to basically track what the dev team is supposed to be working on in the next sprint in the form of a user story. It's just words. It doesn't have to be in Cucumber. It doesn't have to be detailed. It's enough that the human developer that is writing the code is able to understand what the feature is, and we then generate it. The user story is not the only thing. We're also looking at the screenshots between past and present, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's like 14 variables, but the user story is really a good place to start from. And that's where we require that the user story is provided. Did that answer the question?
Let's see. If anybody would like to, did that suffice your question? And if so, let us know. And if you'd like to have Aseem elaborate further, please let us know. Okay. Any more questions anybody would like to share with Aseem here? And just to remind everybody again, while you're sending some questions, in the upper left-hand corner is the QR code. Make sure to register to access the PowerPoints for each of the speakers. Again, you have to leave a testimonial as well if you want that information. So it's very, very important because we want to make sure we're getting great value to you each and every time we put on these summits. Yes, they said, Aseem, you answered all of their questions, and they thank you again for that. See, while we're waiting for some other questions, would you mind if we isolate you on camera only to do a 30 to 45 second testimonial about your experience working with the Glorium Technologies platform here on the summit?
Sure. It's been a pleasure working with Glorium. The platform has been great. The experience has been good. I've been looking at many of the other sessions. The talent that has been accumulated by Glorium today is phenomenal. I actually am probably going to have to replay half the recordings back. I wish I'd come prepared with more manual demos, doing stuff on the fly like some of the other presenters did. If I'm invited again, I'll do that for sure. Thank you again for inviting me.
Thank you, Aseem. That was a wonderful feedback and testimonial. And again, we encourage you, we got a little time. We have a few minutes here that you have Aseem here to address any questions. Any other questions? Anything else he can elaborate on that he had shared in his presentation, or to any of the other questions that were addressed here? Let's see here. Don't see anything else yet except praises, which is good. So you got a lot of great feedback there, Aseem. So great job there. I would just say in a minute, if you have a minute, Aseem, anything you want to close up with what you shared today that could, just leave the listeners, those here, to take action with what you shared.
I think that it's important to understand what the value of AI is, and also how far it actually goes, because we're running into sort of like two kinds of audiences. One audience that doesn't believe anything can be done by AI, right? And the other end is the audience that believes, well, why can't it just generate everything automatically in 30 seconds flat and have it ready for me and it just runs? It's AI. It's weird because, I haven't ever worked with the technology, and we've been working with AI now for 8 years, where the expectations from, people going, yeah, you're saying AI, that's just bullshit, it's marketing hype, nothing works, right? And the other end of the spectrum where they just completely believe everything is going to work. You kind of got to take a middle ground. You got to kick the tires. You got to try it out and really validate what are the use cases that AI can work for you. It's one of the reasons why we started doing more and more trials in the sandbox, because it's like, see yourself how much it can do for you. Because if you don't do that, you could end up with snake oil, right? It just depends. If you just sort of go, yeah, it's AI, it's going to work. And if you just say, no, it's not going to work, it's AI, I refuse to touch AI, well, you're kind of, trying to use a horse-drawn carriage once the car's been built.
Well, we had 2 more questions come in, but I only know we got about a minute here before we go to break. But if you could address one of them, I'll take the first one that came in. What do you think about using AI testing for complex software integrations? For example, Salesforce that you mentioned earlier in your presentation.
It's entertaining because so a lot of people go, well, it's just a GUI and it's just HTML. Well, the problem is that it's long, complex workflows between modules that have been customized. So you have one problem, it's extremely complex HTML. So traditional sort of like locators tend to break, and you have to be a little bit more diligent to make sure that your automation just works. The second is automation brittleness is directly correlated to how long your test case is. But because the workflows are long, whereas normally our average is 50 to 75 test steps and validation points for doing a test case, in Salesforce, it's over 100 to 150 for any average test, which means that it's going to break way more often, which means that it's way more work to maintain it. And, everything breaks. So that complexity is something that sort of pushes these all of these COTS applications like Salesforce into a different level.
Awesome. And again, a reminder to everybody, we want to make sure if you want a copy of Aseem's PowerPoint, including the previous speakers, make sure to leave a testimonial and register for this recording. We have about, maybe, if you could do this in less than a minute, I think we could squeeze it in. Aseem, last question that came in: how do we differentiate between unit test requirements and integration requirements?
So if you think of this at the API level, a unit test is a method call, right? You know, the classic one that everybody talks about, hello world, let's make that an API, or sum, you know, sum x plus y, right? A unit test would be run sum x plus y with one input for x, one for y, put in a negative number to see if it'll handle that, put in a floating point number to see if it'll handle that. What it won't do is do multi-service. So most backends are composed of many, many services chained together. In integration tests, just testing a single microservice is not going to get you very far, like you were doing in a unit test. Many people are using unit tests to do integration tests and system tests. It's an extremely painful way to do things, and your ROI just goes downhill. The more complex the test case that you're trying to do using JUnit or any other unit testing framework, the sort of like more difficult it is. So for integration and system tests, use an AI automation.
Thank you so much, Aseem. Aseem, thank you so much for being here. Wonderful presentation and great job at answering the questions. We thank you so much for being here with us today.
My pleasure.
All right, and everybody, we're going to take a coffee break here. We're going to take roughly about a 9-minute break. We're going to be back here at 11:10 East Coast time. So just take a quick bio break, just kind of get up and stretch. And we got another great speaker that's going to be coming back here. We're going back at 11:10 East Coast time. We'll see you soon. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Hope everyone had a great mini break there. We got more to come, and it's been so far an engaging first half of today's summit. We want to thank all of the people that have been on since the beginning and all the great questions that you are sharing. Again, we highly encourage you again to keep doing that. Again, make sure to register, give us your testimonial, and we'll make sure that you get all the recordings from the PowerPoint from all the speakers that have so far shared here today. So we're going to be moving along to the next speaker here, and we're going to be talking about shaping the future of AI compliance and performance, ethical approaches, and insights from SAMA. So we're going to be talking with Wendy Gonzalez. And a little bit about Wendy. She is the CEO at SAMA. Which is a leader in providing high-quality training data to power AI technology, and is used by leading technology companies such as Walmart, Google, NVIDIA, GM, Getty. And under her leadership, SAMA has placed on the Inc. 5000 list as one of America's fastest growing private companies for the past 4 years. She has also been recognized by the Globee Awards for Women in Business, the Titan Awards for Women in Business, and the Stevie Awards for Women in Business due to her leadership and SAMA's growth. Prior to taking the role of CEO, she spent 5 years at SAMA as COO and is an active board member of the Leela Jana Foundation. And as CEO, she is one of the few female leaders within the male-dominated AI industry. With 2 decades of managerial and technology leadership experience, Wendy is an executive passionate about building high-performing, high-functioning teams that develop and scale innovative and impactful technology. And without further ado, let's bring on Wendy. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Christopher. Pleasure to be here.
There we go. You can hear me now. Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Wonderful.
Well, welcome, and we look forward to your presentation, and the platform is all yours to share.
Okay, fantastic. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. All right, well, I am going to just share my screen here. All right. I think everybody should hopefully be able to see my screen. I'm just going to double check that. Okay, fantastic. All right, well, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about how we shape the future of AI, what compliance looks like, ethical approaches and insights, some of the trends that we've seen, and I look forward to leaving some time for questions at the end. All right. So I think it's really no surprise to everybody that AI is growing at a record pace. So I'm just looking here at some of my notes, right? Estimated over 130 billion in 2023, nearly 2 trillion by 2030. And the number of enterprises that are actually in progress of adopting AI or deploying AI is 4 out of 5 large enterprises. And I'm sure soon to be 5 out of 5. So with this adoption of AI at scale, the real challenge is how do we ensure that that AI scales without compromising ethics? So that is what the focus of this talk will be about. So there are a few trends that I want to discuss. So the first is really that global legislation is really reshaping the rules. But the critical challenge, and I don't think we found a perfect balance of this yet, is really how do you drive policy and compliance without stifling innovation? And it's proven to be incredibly challenging. So I'll just reference a few legislations that have already had a fairly significant impact. So in Europe, they unanimously approved the EU AI Act, and that EU AI Act is really focused on development of responsible AI frameworks. And it is really focused on data governance, human-centric validation, model evaluation for high-risk systems. But what is interesting about this is that there's already been publications on companies that are choosing to not develop in Europe anymore. So Meta made an announcement also that they would not be developing in Europe. So this is an example to where there is, I think, some definite intelligence and focus on how do we ensure that high-risk systems, so systems like lending systems, policing and surveillance, do have the right protections in place, but it also, in some cases, stifling innovation. A couple other examples of this. So Colorado set out a bill, which is a state bill in the United States that also has a very similar bent to the EU AI Act, where there is governance and transparency required around high-risk systems. And then in California, there was a failed legislation which went a little too far. It had kill switches and transparency and third-party audits. So this is going to be something that is going to continue to really evolve around the world globally. And a key component of this is not just about how do you basically drive, compliance and sort of management of high-risk systems, but beyond that, how do you really communicate to users and educate users about which products and systems that they are using are powered by AI, and how much transparency do you need to provide? The second major trend is that companies are really trying to find a balance between automation and human oversight. So with the evolution of models and technology, we actually have systems that can begin to train systems, basically. So, while automation can, propose a huge amount of benefits because the ground space that you can cover is quite significant. The challenge is that if you've kind of got a black box checking a black box, if you will, how are you really able to validate that sort of the decision making, the rules associated with what the AI is predicting or what decisions it's being made? So this kind of notion of how you create transparency is really a check and balance. And in some cases, for example, and I'll give one more European example. In the automotive industry, there is quite a bit of work being done to have driver-assisted systems, anti-collision, auto braking, cruise control, things like that. But there are also regulations that can't be done in 100% automated fashion. There's a natural requirement for human validation steps. The third thing that I would touch on is really greater demand on visibility into data sourcing practices as part of really the full data supply chain. So data provenance is something that, I think you probably might have seen or discussed, which is really, how did you get that data? So there is a lawsuit that's happening right now between, I think, the New York Times and OpenAI about using copyrighted material. So that copyright infringement, where is that data coming from? Was it sourced with permission? Was it paid for? You might have seen that there are companies like, I think, HP, Adobe, and others, Getty, that are offering, kind of protected and copyrighted material, licensed material that can be used for models as a way to really address this. The second component, of course, is related to data privacy concerns. So how do we ensure that data, and you can probably see this in all the news that's happening around TikTok potentially being banned in the US. That is one example. Is how is that data being used? If users are interacting with an AI model, what information are they giving out, and is that really clear? I think unfortunately not that many people read the terms and conditions. So there are a number of different examples of that. And then the second component of this is really ethical sourcing. So are you not only really getting the data in a secure, is the data being protected? So is the workforce that's managing or interacting with your data in a secure space? And then there's also fair labor standards. Are people getting paid properly and ethically? And are they provided with kind of a safe working environment and an understanding of what they're working with? So this really is related to greater visibility of both where the data is coming from and who's working with the data. So it really drives us to a lot of what companies are really beginning to invest in, which is this notion of responsible AI framework. So responsible AI is not it's not the same thing as ethical AI. It's really a way to ensure that the AI systems that are being built are trustworthy. Okay, so they gain trust, they prevent misuse, and they simplify audits. So how do we ensure that the AI model is working as expected? So there are really 3 best practices for responsible AI development. These are a few of them. There are even more that I'll touch on here. But the first one is vet your contractors. So how do you ensure that people are building AI with a quality lens as opposed to just trying to do things sort of as quickly and efficiently as possible? And that is really around ensuring that we're discouraging things like reverse bidding practices that really lead to driving down costs and kind of a race to the bottom. So how do we avoid that race to the bottom, and what can be both unfair or unethical treatment of the workforce? The second is really, how do you prioritize data governance? So that chain of custody from the provenance of where your data is coming from, secure access to managing that data, who's working with that data. And then third, what is really sitting in your data? So how do you ensure that the data that you're leveraging for your model development is the right data? So at the end of the day, it is still garbage in, garbage out, right? AI and ML models are really, building and connecting the dots and patterns on data that they've reviewed. So if you're missing critical data, so an example might be a self-driving car, right? If you don't have pedestrians and road users of all, kind of shapes, sizes, et cetera, you may risk missing somebody, like a child, as an example. If you don't have all types of vehicles, like how does a electric bike behave versus a regular bike or a pedestrian or a vehicle? These are all things that need to be kept in mind to ensure that, the data sets are comprehensive enough to deal with what they're intended to, as well as gaps and edge cases. So responsible AI development really in practice is really both that combination of automation, ensuring that there's transparency to how the AI is being developed, but ultimately about combining that with human-centric validation. So one of the key best practices is really about accountability by the human in the loop. And really what that allows us to do is it allows us to ensure that there's a checkpoint basically against the model and how it's being developed. So one of the core components of this is around bias reduction. So how do you ensure that the data sets that you are building your model upon have inclusivity and fairness, right, are representative of all the types of information that that model might encounter. The other, interesting aspect of accountability is sustainability, and I'll touch on that just a little bit more as well. But how does this model evolve as society evolves, right, and sort of the long-term viability of the models, and then transparency. So one of the things that is a common term is explainable AI, and like basically, why does that matter? Well, at the end of the day, how are decisions being made? So if you take an example of something like a financial lending solution, right, an automated lending solution, where the machines are ultimately identifying and evaluating who gets loan applications or not. Well, the challenge associated with this is if you don't understand what those business rules are, it's quite possible that, number one, is the system trustworthy, but that it can introduce bias. So one kind of famous example of this many years ago, or a number of years ago, was a recruiting system that was built and then deployed, but only for a moment by Amazon, and had to be taken down because what happened was it was looking for automated qualification of engineers. And the model, because there were very few female applicants in the database, quickly deduced or inferred that maybe women weren't qualified. Well, that obviously is incorrect, right? So that's an example of data sets bias, and then it's important to have the transparency of how those models are actually built in the business rules that the models are built upon. So compliance, at the end of the day, just meeting compliant is really a bare minimum. Compliance may be the basics around data security. Responsible AI is really where ethics meet execution. It's really about creating sort of this notion of best practices around responsible AI. Yeah. So I'm going to touch on the top 3 predictions that really are the future direction for responsible AI. So the first is achieving ROI in AI investment is already top of mind, right? So incredible amounts of money are being invested, right? But how do you ensure that the models are, creating a stickier product for your customer, reducing costs, et cetera? So really understanding what the AI is supposed to achieve and how that is beneficial or impactful is going to continue to be top of mind. And really a critical component of this is going to be the humans that are really building these models. So at the end of the day, AI is going to be very difficult. It's difficult for anybody to adopt AI if they don't find it trustworthy. So that trustworthy AI is going to be critical in terms of the adoption. The second component here that I'll probably touch on is that regulation for AI is going to continue, but it is going to be largely focused on customer protection and national security. So we touched on this, or I touched on this a little bit earlier, related to TikTok as an example. But what's going to happen is that almost all regulation and compliance from a governmental standard is going to be really focused on how do you ensure that the people who are engaging in these systems aren't unknowingly giving away their data. So everybody's, I think, familiar with PII and GDPR and others. So how do you ensure that individuals aren't unknowingly or unwittingly giving out their information to build these models? The other component of it is really around national security and cybersecurity. So systems that are critical to nationwide infrastructure, country infrastructure, need to be protected from cybersecurity and security hacks. So you can see that the TikTok example was really driven off of that legislation, was driven primarily off of concern of use of data and national security. So we are seeing that across the world, countries are coming up with their own legislations. There's not really a comprehensive standards body yet, but a lot of them share these common threads. Then AI agents. Well, I'm sure everybody is probably heard and seen a lot about agentic AI, which is really about how you can leverage generative AI to kind of operate as an agent or a pilot to automate processes or do functions that humans have traditionally done in the past. It presents a lot of new opportunities, but it also could present some ethical challenges we need to ask ourselves, which is everything from job displacement. So, there are already, for generative AI, there are, software engineering and coding is something that is already, that these models, these LLMs can already do. The other component of it, of course, is explainability. So the more automation that exists, the less we, unless there's sort of a warning tag or a label, if you will. I've shared before that even hair dryers have warning labels, like don't plug it in next to a water source. Well, these models don't necessarily have even that sort of that warning sign. So how do you know what that model is doing, what decisions are being made? You may get targeted with certain information that you don't know how those models were ultimately built. And again, in cases like lending, policing, as an example, those that transparency becomes incredibly important. The other component of this too, as well, that I think is very under-discussed is really the sustainability impacts to building these models. So you might have seen, for example, that Microsoft bought access to 3 Mile Island, so a power plant. There are literally billions of dollars being invested in new power plants and energy sources. And I was talking to a colleague not too long ago about energy poverty. So there are so many, for example, companies and tech companies that are based in Ireland that is actually driving up the average price of energy for the local resident and consumer there because of the overusage. So, data is never going to get smaller, right? The more these models are built, the richer they get. So they get richer and richer because they are going to be attributed, right, to be searchable, and like I'll give an example. Years ago, a television, or a television show or a streaming show might be literally 4 or 5 times less the size than it is today, because today it includes all of the attributes that have the actors' names, the products, the placements, all the information that can be used to basically both amplify the distribution or tie in personal marketing, right? So the data is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and as these models get bigger, they require huge amounts of cloud computing and energy, and the impact. It's interesting that not very many people are talking about that just yet. So it was a big deal with crypto and mining, but it is actually even more significant with generative AI, and it's present by examples of large companies looking to build power plants and have energy sources to power these models. So I'll probably just wrap and share a little bit about Sama, kind of how we play a role in the responsible AI development framework, but ultimately our company is focused on data. We provide enterprises data annotation and model valuation capabilities, but we do so with a full-time dedicated employment model. So we do not crowdsource. Our focus is in ensuring that we are able to have both a workforce that is sitting in a secure location to ensure both data privacy as well as security from data standpoint, but really provide that human-centric validation that is so critical to ensuring that models are both built responsibly and effectively. So thank you for taking some time to let me share a little bit more about some thoughts around compliance and responsible AI development.
Well, thank you so much, Wendy. Great presentation, and thank you for sharing. If there's any questions for Wendy, please let us know in the chat box. Again, great presentation, insights. Any questions that anybody has that you'd like to share for Wendy? So let's see here. Let me see if none comes in. Okay. Well, Wendy, what we'll do is while we get some questions that come in, would you mind for about, if we just put you on camera again, if you could do a 30 to 45-second testimonial about your experience delivering your presentation on the Glorium Technologies platform today for the summit?
Sure, absolutely. All right, so I just had the pleasure of speaking at Glorium Technologies on ethical AI and the development of responsible AI frameworks. The technology process as a speaker was very smooth. I did a great job of really showcasing and highlighting this important topic and amplifying it. So my experience has been really positive.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. So anybody, this is a great time. We have time here. If any questions that you have for Wendy, this would be a time to do it. Let's see if we have anything come in. And in terms of compliance and performance, Wendy, I'll just probably ask some insight. What are some of the things for 2025 that I know you covered a lot of that in your presentation, but what you find are going to be certain industries that are going to be more aligned with that?
Yeah, it's definitely I think any industries that are going to be in higher risk areas. So financial, insurance, even things like self-driving cars where there's a safety component, medicine and healthcare. So there already are some, I think, decent protections around data privacy and security. It is really going to be, and I think this is really the key, is that the message of responsible AI frameworks is really actually meant for the people who are both using the systems, but also those that are developing. So I'd kind of think about it like this. Security, if you think of security as an afterthought, and you tack it on after you've built your software, it's pretty challenging to ensure that you put all the right steps in place. Well, that's the kind of idea behind responsible AI frameworks, is that you have an approach that says, all right, I'm going to understand my data. I'm going to have a process for quality assurance and human-centric validation. I'm going to have a way to ensure that the data stays private throughout the course of the model development, and I have some component of explainability. So those are really sort of the practices and best practices that a lot of our leading companies, like the the Microsofts, Googles, et cetera, have really published their frameworks so that developers who are building these models can kind of build it with that in mind. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have a system that you can trust, it's not going to be adopted.
Well, thank you for asking that. And we did have another question come in. So far, has anybody lost in court cases under copyright laws?
That is a really good question. There are multiple cases that are out there right now, like the New York Times case that I've mentioned. And I don't know if any of them have closed just yet, but there are definitely examples of countries and governments taking action into their own hands. So, for example, Brazil actually shut down some of Meta's applications because of concerns over data privacy. You can see something similar happening, of course, with the potential impending TikTok ban.
Okay. Did that answer your question? Somebody had asked if you like, if so, let us know. If you'd like to have Wendy elaborate further, you could also let us know as well. This is a great time. Wendy is also going to be on the panel discussion as well. But any questions? This is a great time again for any questions related to this particular area that she covered, and it's an important one. Okay. All right, Wendy, I guess that's what I don't see any other questions, but I did see that you got a lot of great response and great job in what you've done, and what you shared. And again, you're going to be on the panel, so I'm sure that we'll hopefully have some questions coming in from that. And I want to thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. And if you still got a minute, if there's anything that you feel that you want to share, that kind of just puts everything together, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's really about education and awareness of how to develop your AI systems in a way that far from being just about compliance, are about ensuring that these models can be effective. So these responsible development frameworks are kind of critical in making sure that models are performant. So I'd say that is one important thing. The second one I would say is education. So many people don't realize this, but whatever prompts you send, that if you look up yourself, or if you share information, that information is being used to build those models. So, for example, on LinkedIn, you're already opted in, and have been opted in to to basically share your data for the models they are building. And so I think it's really about that level of awareness that is going to be important for both individuals, but also companies to recognize that it's critical for, if we really want these systems to be adopted, that that individuals and businesses trust them.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us and share this valuable information. And we'll look forward to seeing you here shortly on the panel.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, everybody, hope that you're getting great value. Again, we just had some great flow with the content that's being shared here. Again, what's really important is taking this information and making sure that we are doing some more due diligence in how it applies to your situation to use it to move it forward. So we're going to move on to the next speaker, and we're going to be talking about empowering AI with agents, the dawn of level 2 intelligence. We're going to be you're going to be hearing from Segal, founder and CEO at Touchcast, and a little bit of information about Ido. Ido is the visionary CEO and founder of Touchcast. He is a serial entrepreneur and innovator in AI and search technologies. His career includes founding and exiting companies like Religance, acquired by AOL, Brain Boost, acquired by Answers.com, and Touchcast. Ido has spearheaded the development of transformative technologies such as the TM1 Meta LLM and cognitive caching, and revolutionizing how enterprises deploy AI at scale. His leadership in creating accessible, advanced AI tools like APAS has established Touchcast as a trailblazer in the generative AI landscape. And without further ado, let's bring on Ido here. Ido, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you today?
There you go. Doing great. We are so glad to have you here and to share your insights with us here on this presentation that you're going to give, empowering AI with agents, the dawn of level 2 intelligence. And the platform is all yours to share.
Thank you. So at the Touchcast, we've been on a decade-long travel journey in this amazing AI revolution. We started using LLMs before they were in public release, going back to the early versions of GPT. And before then, we were training our own networks and doing a lot of AI work on the intersection of basically what is the kind of future medium of communications. Our Series A was actually led by Accenture several years ago. They're a good partner and go-to-market partner. We've raised about $60 million so far pursuing this dream. And about a year ago, after a meeting with Satya Nadella and a bunch of work with Microsoft, we've built a really amazing strategic partnership with them that we're very proud of and feel it will be something that will empower millions of people. And I'm happy to share some of that news with you today and the stuff that we're doing. So what I'll do is I'll share my screen. I'll kind of quickly walk you through just a handful of slides, not a big believer in PowerPoint, and just jump into some demos and show you what we believe the future looks like. So let me share my screen, and hopefully we won't have any technical challenges. So here we go. All right. So at this point, you can't really walk a few feet without hearing the word agentic again. Again, for us, this has been a long journey. We really believe in a future in which we manifest the AI powers that we've created through an interface that is a really multimodal agent. Mark Benioff has recently been coining this term of digital labor, the idea that in the future, we will be managing a hybrid workforce of course, people as well as AIs. And an AI agent is, of course, a technical construct, but it's also something that can extend much further than that. So, for example, what you're seeing on the screen right now is a tiny sample of what is now over 10,000 agents. These people do not exist, but they exist in our kind of latent space of all possible permutations of human skills and capabilities. So when we kind of think of the evolution of how we've communicated in the digital era, going back from BBS through the revolution of web, the social web, video, and what YouTube has done to us, and then current AI, starting with things like ChatGPT, to moving to this agentic world where it's not just you're talking through a terminal to one chatbot, but rather there's a plethora of agents solving problems, to a world that's a multi-agent world model, which is a kind of effectively typically like a synthetic world, almost like a LinkedIn of agents, where you can go and find any persona, whether that be a lawyer or a doctor or a designer, and you can literally start engaging and working with them on the fly through the power of these multimodal agents that we've been creating. And to accomplish this, we've kind of been building this really heavy stack for the last few years, which is made up of different layers that allow us to deliver this at industrial scale. We actually run our own instance of OpenAI. We have this massive supercomputer that allows us to also create synthetic data that we then use to build our own models for this new concept of, just like you have a large language model, a large persona model, universal, latent space of all possible types of people. And that could be used for all kinds of use cases. So that could be effectively mentors like here. It could be a psychologist. It could be someone that's mentoring you in your career. It basically is an endless and growing universe of these mentors, which I'll show you in a minute. It could be a revolution in the commerce category. So when you walk into what is now a digital store, you're actually engaging with a salesperson that knows everything about the products, that can guide you through and sell it. And all of the things we do are effectively emulators to what we refer to as the legacy web. The web as it is today is basically a massive catalog almost a print artifact, like you can see in this example, the e-commerce page on the left. With a single click becomes this immersive, interactive experience with an AI avatar that's there and talking to you and working with you to solve your problem. We do the same for Mercedes, where you can literally buy a car from an AI. This stuff is in production. Do the same with PPG, big paint company, where you can talk to an interior designer. These are all video conversations that take place, and they help you basically buy products. It also is a revolution in learning, where you can literally take any PowerPoint and automatically convert it into a full course that is a video course where someone is explaining it, just like I'm doing now and showing you slides. But at any point, you can ask a question, and the AI presenting would pause and answer that question. So similar to some of the exciting stuff that you're seeing out of Notebook LM, but again, been at it for a few years, but interactive. So all the content is actually rendered live, which is really remarkable. So that's kind of a really brief introduction, and we try to visualize some of this. This is effectively what we call the large persona model, which is effectively a universe of millions of personas. And they're all effectively, think of this as the latent space of all possible people. And they're all kind of grouped together and in proximity because they might be similar to each other. So if I go in here and start looking at the mentors we have here, we can see that these are all effectively in the aerospace world. And if I click on any one of them, we basically will go in and be seeing their profile. And these agents have a complete life. They're effectively communicating. They're building their own social presence in this mentorverse. You can see that they also can offer master classes. That's the learning platform. You can see their entire background and their other followers. And with the click of a button, I can start a conversation with them and have that video conversation. There's actually a promotional page we created for the purposes of our work with Microsoft, which I'll share later. This is the link where you can actually go in and talk to, let's say, Eliza. Eliza is inspired, of course, by the original AI chatbot, Eliza, going back to the 50s. But now she's a full multimodal agent that you can have a conversation with. This is actually free to use, so you can play it, check it out. Amazing psychologist, does amazing work. And in the same way that Eliza is a psychologist, given that there's so many of these, there's practically every profession that you can imagine in this infinite universe. So just like you have Sora that makes videos, imagine that the metaverse is the same thing for the creation of personas or the equivalent of people. So if I don't find the person that I'm looking for, I can literally just type it in on the bottom, and that persona is created on the fly. And these personas are also organized into companies and organizations, as you can imagine. So I can kind of just zoom in here and traverse this universe of these amazing personas. And again, none of these people exist. Everything you're seeing is generative in this massive parallel kind of world model that we built. So this is a really incredible, I think, evolution of going beyond this idea of these chatbots to a world in which we can engage with human-like agents that can solve real-world problems, whether it's on a one-to-one basis or as organized into a construct of companies. Like this is a complete hospital, for example. If I want to talk to a cardiologist, I can go down and choose a cardiologist that I want to speak with, explore their profile, and click a button and start a video call with them. So it really is incredible that in almost every category that you can imagine, when you step back and think about the human condition of how we get things done, it is done by virtue of us working with others. And similarly to how Tesla is building a humanoid robot, because the premise is that if you build a robot in the form factor of a human, it will be able to do everything, as opposed to being a custom robot that can only do one task. Similarly to this, with something like a metaverse, which is this endless universe of these agents with these incredible capabilities, we would be able to really accelerate humanity's ability to solve problems and businesses to grow. So that's kind of the premise for a lot of this work. These avatars can also create amazing, effectively, things such as learning experiences, as I said earlier. These artifacts there's a broad universe of artifacts that could be created by them, and it's really allowing you to engage with them in different ways. So that might be, in this case, revolutioning cardiology, cutting-edge research and compassionate care, and that would effectively, on the fly, build an entire course based on that topic. And again, there's literally millions of these. So while this renders out, I'm trying to you can see here that's literally building what would otherwise have been something that takes a very long time to do, equivalent to a micro certificate kind of LinkedIn Learning type course, all being built on the fly based on this persona of this agent. And when we engage in a conversation, I'll quickly show you what that would look like. Let's jump in here with Eliza and get some therapy for a second. This is using multimodal, which is the future of AI. Really, unlike many other examples, this is effectively video in, video out. Hi, Eliza. I'm actually in front of a big audience. I have a little anxiety. Anything you can do to help me calm down? Actually, Eliza, it's actually interesting that you can't hear me right now. But basically, you can start a live conversation with the agent and really engage. And effectively, it's very similar to meeting an actual professional. A lot of these things we've been testing with real personas, real professionals, and it's a bit scary to see how well these things are doing. And there's a lot of studies that have been coming out in different domains, whether it's in the domain of medicine or law. I'm sure you've been exposed to some of them, which illustrate that empirically these agents are actually doing better than folks in many occasions. So I think we really are looking at a kind of hybrid world of work where these personas would be deployed, whether it's for your website, for triaging and routing to other folks, many different use cases that are available. One of the big hurdles for this category is always been cost. So these things are actually incredibly costly to inference in terms of infrastructure. And as I alluded to earlier, at Touchcast, we built this entire infrastructure. Just briefly, let's see what a learning experience looks like. Here we have the doctor that we saw earlier. Can skip ahead to another module. There's also an automatic assessment in here. This is one type of artifact out of literally what will be hundreds of types of artifacts that this kind of native AI system can build. Very similar from any startup that I've built and any company I've been involved with in terms of how we think about building systems. You can also ask. So I just asked him a question. He stops and he answers the question. All right. So kind of touching on a few facets of this fascinating world that we're building together with Microsoft and other partners. Hopefully this has been illuminating as to the world of possibility. It's an incredibly exciting time and terrifying time, honestly, to be doing this kind of work. The field is moving so quickly. I think we do need to make these leaps of imagination and figure out how AI would manifest or effectively come into our world in ways that extend beyond this kind of terminal moment that we're in right now. I look at what we're doing today, like using ChatGPT and these chatbots, similar to my childhood with a green screen using a DOS computer. It really is just the first step down the path of how we create these hybrid work environments for the future. And hopefully you can appreciate that what you've been seeing in this very brief presentation is hopefully a good inspiration to what it might look like, and happy to take any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you so much, Ido. Great job. And any questions? I mean, just so exciting to see what you're doing there. I mean, I could see that being like so valuable, like you said, for medicine and you know, therapy. It could be a lot of different things. I mean, and so many things you can do. Let's see here. We have a question that came in, and it says, won't there eventually be startups that eventually excel with each of these agents? So can others plug into these ecosystems?
from a Touchcast perspective, we offer our capability as an API to be leveraged by others. So, for example, the ability to create this video-based agent at a cost basis that actually scales is something we can support at scale. So anyone that's building something right now could literally have a video agent like Eliza that you just saw and could be using her in their applications. So any of those startups would be able to benefit from the big investments that we are making. As it pertains to the domain, I do think that to the person who's asking the point, there will be many agents that are specific to particular industries that are regulated. So, for example, when a hospital itself launches an agent, it'll be a very different bar than when a startup that does it for educational purposes. And I think that would apply to almost any profession. So I think in the same way that the technology tends to democratize things, like when I was younger, there used to be this profession called a photographer, and now we are all photographers. I think in many ways the line will be blurred as to what we can accomplish on our own versus when we need that specialty capability. And so imagine there's what you can do on your own. There's the ability to leverage AI. There's the specialized AI, which might be at a premium, and then there's the actual practitioners themselves.
Great. And we have a couple other questions that came in. Do the personas take input through video, or is it only video out based on input provided by text?
Everything you just saw is actually a multimodal model. It's a bit confusing for those that are not familiar with the state of the technology, but there is no text. It's literally voices going in to the neural network, and the neural network is spitting out what you saw. And that's why we're getting closer to what is really effectively the equivalent of human type behavior. So again, the LLMs were just the beginning of this revolution, and the real point in which it's going to permeate, I think, in so many aspects of our lives is when it becomes multimodal, and almost think of multimodal as human-like.
Wow, great. Thank you for sharing. And we got another question. Somebody wanted to first thank you for the informative, insightful presentation. Are you concerned about the accuracy and validity of such sensitive information, such as medical advice provided to the general public?
Yeah, so the way we think about that is we're sitting on top of OpenAI, so the type of knowledge you would receive is similar to the knowledge you would receive it on ChatGPT. And similarly, the disclaimers and the communication to the user that this is meant to be educational purposes and you should seek out a professional, it's all built into the model. So we approach it in the same way. I think it's, on the one hand, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, you want the people to have information, so it's not just quarantined to specialists, which I think has impacted us even before AI. We didn't always have Google to ask, show up really informed when we talk to the doctor. We've been using this for some time, and I can tell you from members of my team that they now go to meetings with doctors on very important topics, and the doctors are like, "Are you a doctor? Like, do you have a medical background? Like, how are you using all this terminology?" Like, so you really show up in a much more educated way, which makes the engagement with the caretaker potentially more fruitful. I'm not suggesting there are no risks. There, of course, are then risks that come with that. If someone was to be misdiagnosed by an AI and was to follow that blindly and ignore warnings and not take care of themselves, there would be risks. So I think that's kind of the constant balancing act we have as stewards of these technologies, to find a responsible AI approach to it, which is like the former speaker, I didn't see the whole talk, but it's a fundamental part of how we build systems, how Microsoft approaches this problem. We work very closely with the leader of responsible AI at Microsoft to assure that we're thinking through these issues and putting in place the right rails for our users.
A great response, and hopefully that addresses your question or any questions prior to that. If so, and if you like some more, anything more that you can elaborate on, please let us know in the chat box. Any new questions? So, as we see if any new questions come in, would you mind if we isolate you back on camera again to do a 30 to 45-second testimonial about your experience delivering here at the summit here with the Glorium Technologies platform?
I would love to, no problem. And I just shared a link on the production chat to the page I just showed. If you want to share it with your guests, they can go over there.
Back on. Oh, you go ahead and do the testimonial. I'm gonna come off and you can do your testimonial.
Okay, go ahead.
Here we go.
It was a pleasure to present to the forum today. I think it's a very important topic. It's really important to reach as many people as possible. And this was a great platform to do it. The presentation was very smooth, and we got some really great questions. So thank you for the opportunity to present to this great audience and for your wonderful questions.
Thank you, Ido. Appreciate that. And while you were doing that testimonial, we had another question coming in. It said, piggybacking on the previous presenter's topic, what quality control measures would be used in the training data to prevent biases? Are the agents like Eliza continually trained on their user interactions with a person?
So the agents that we create live on top of the cutting edge frontier models. We're not training the models. So when I speak to Eliza, I'm basically speaking to GPT 4.0. And it's not as simple as just if I were to type it in ChatGPT, because there's that big payload of her definition of a persona, which informs the conversation. But the underlying data and the behavior, other than being driven by the way we set up the agent, is not trained by us. It's a function of what's already in the large frontier models that, of course, continue to improve over time. The question of bias in AI is a really valid concern in many use cases. As we know, it's a challenging problem for companies such as OpenAI as well as Google. Good examples of that are the fact that the world has bias. These systems are trained on massive amounts of data, so you would imagine that the bias would be inherited into the systems. And when you try to remove that bias, you end up with what we saw with Google Images, where they would ask for, soldiers from World War II and German soldiers, and they would show people of ethnicities that, of course, did not match because someone was trying to make sure that things are diverse. So this is a very complex topic to navigate, and the only way to really navigate it is, I think, on a case-by-case basis, and making sure that all the steps that are needed are taken, that on the one hand allow for representation and remove bias, but on the other hand, don't create false information.
Great. Excellent. I wanted to make sure, see if another question comes in. I know you listed the URL. We wanted to make sure that again, that URL, I'll spell it out, everybody, https://tc.touchcast.com/showtime/touchcast-mentor/. So again, we'll make sure to see if we get somebody to put that in the link. There we go. There it is. It's in the notes now. So feel free to check out that link. And again, it'll elaborate further to what Ido had shared, and a lot of valuable information there as well. Okay. So just to let everybody know that LinkedIn has a limit of 4 hours, everybody, of the stream. So in 40 minutes, everybody that is on here will need to go to our YouTube channel. Yes. So we're going to have to go to YouTube here. So just let you know when you see it go off LinkedIn, don't worry, we're still here. Just go over to YouTube and you can pick up where we left off, especially when we get to the panel. That's probably when that will be happening, around that time. So make sure to join us over there after the 4 hours is up. We started roughly just before 9. So yeah, about 10 to 1, we'll probably be now getting off LinkedIn and getting on to YouTube here. Great. A lot of great praise for you, Ido. Thank you for answering. Great presentation. Any other questions? We still have some time here before our next speaker. Any additional questions that you have for Ido?
Yeah, and if you have any questions, you can also email me at edo@touchcast.com if that's helpful to you. Happy to answer any questions and support you guys on projects that you might be on the path that this could support.
Okay, awesome. Great job. And while we'll see if another question comes in, I do want to remind everybody, again, in the upper left-hand corner, again, there's the QR code. Make sure to grab that to now register in order to pull down the slides for Ido's presentation, including the ones prior. Again, you have to leave a testimonial, in order to get the PowerPoint presentation. So make sure to do that. Grab that QR code as you see it in the upper left-hand corner. All right. Well, Ido, I don't see any other additional questions. If you have anything you'd like to share in the next couple of minutes, 2 minutes or less, anything to kind of wrap everything that you talked about, the floor is still yours to share.
No, I would just say buckle in. This is a very interesting and fast-moving time, and I find that I spend so much of my time just staying up to speed. So I'm sure the folks that are on this session are also in a similar boat. And we just need to do everything we can to keep learning and keep educating each other, because we all see the problem from different sides. So I think community forums like this are very valuable, and thank you for the invitation.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us here. This was some valuable information. Again, we're going to give one more chance. Anybody, last minute question, any additional new question, anything that you would want, to elaborate on from an existing question that was asked here previously? Okay. I don't see anything else coming in except more praises, Ido. So thank you so much for being with us here. And thank you again. It was just a wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, everybody, we still got a little time to our next speaker, but what we may do is we may probably push it up a little bit as long as our next speaker is available. And so before we do so, and I mentioned the speaker and what we're going to talk about, again, I'd like you to kind of think about what you've learned so far. Make sure that you're taking notes. Write down what you're going to elaborate on. Where can you get more information? Reach out to the speakers to gather some more information. And then what are you going to do with that information to apply it in whatever you're working on in your role and duties in this particular area? Again, this is why this information is so valuable. It's great to hear it, but even better, how do we use it? How do we apply it and put it to use? So again, we hope that you're taking action, and this is what this platform is all about. It's about taking challenges and turning them into opportunities, and then those opportunities become results. This is why Glorium Technologies platform is here to help you. And the more that you interact and provide us feedback and testimonials and ask questions, the better we can serve you moving forward. So again, thank you for everybody that has participated. Just great insights that everybody has been sharing here. All right. So if anybody has any further questions, I'm going to just give a little background about the next speaker. We'll see if the speaker is ready to bring on. And what we're going to be talking about next, and we're a few minutes ahead of schedule here. That'll give us maybe a little more time for when we do have the break. We're going to be talking about the understanding of the explosion of artificial intelligence, past, present, and future. So again, there's going to be a lot of, my bad, I jumped ahead. 2025 year of the agents. Excuse me, I read the wrong thing. That's the next one. 2025 year of the agents. So we're going to be talking about that. So we're going to get some great insight. We're going to be talking to Boaz Brudner. He's the head of SaaS engineering, AI, and architecture at Water Lifecycle at Autodesk. So before we go in and talk about that topic and bring on Boaz, he's the head of, again, Innovyze, SaaS engineering, AI architecture. Innovyze was recently acquired by Autodesk. He joined Innovyze early in 2020 to champion their transformation from a desktop-based water software provider to a leader in SaaS and AI products for water professionals. This transformation has been nothing short of remarkable. Within 8 months of development, kickoff of Innovyze released its full-scale SaaS product named Info360 Insight to market, and has released 2 additional products since then in a very short timelines of 6 to 8 months. These achievements were achieved by building a remarkable set of teams, setting a well-defined agile development process, relying on bleeding-edge managed and serverless cloud services, highly decoupled event-driven architecture, and uncompromising customer value prioritization. Prior to this role, Boaz had held a number of senior leadership roles at Cisco and Zillow, leading engineering, AI, QA, and project management functions. And without further ado, let's see if Boaz, yes, he's here. We're going to bring him on, and we got perfect timing. We're right back on schedule here. Welcome.
Hey, it's great to be here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So it's great to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
Yes,
So,
absolutely. We're excited to have you, and the platform is yours to share.
excellent. So I'll go ahead and share a presentation that we prepared for this. So do let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
You can see my screen. Okay, great.
Yes.
Great. So as mentioned, my name is Boaz Brudner. I'm the head of SaaS engineering, AI, and architecture within Autodesk as part of the water lifecycle organization at Autodesk. So with that, some of my team members build out various AI solutions for the water industry. But today specifically, I will talk about general agents or AI agents that are used across the board for day-to-day jobs that we do for various different tasks. And also discuss very much about why we feel that 2025 and today is the time to get up and running with AI agents. So generally the best time to jump in on a new technology. So jumping into that with a little bit of a disclaimer, this is very much my own personal opinion as well. So just take that. But let's start with some background about the size of this opportunity. So some information from Gartner is that by 2028, we believe that 33% of enterprise software applications will include agentic AI. Today, we're talking about roughly 1%, or 2024, 1%. And this would enable 15% of the day-to-day work decisions to be made autonomously. That's by Gartner. Now, I'd like you to do the math a little bit to get a perspective of what it means for one is humanity, and the second thing is the overall opportunity. When we talk about the fact that there are 1.25 billion knowledge workers worldwide, these are the people that make daily decisions on various different tasks. And when we think that a good percentage of these workers will have the ability to leverage AI agents to make decisions autonomously, just think about the size of the opportunity. Now let's talk a little bit more about what other people are saying. Bill Gates is saying, and I'll let you read that, but essentially what he's saying, and others are saying, that agents are the next big thing. He's comparing that to the biggest revolution in computing since we went from typing commands to tapping on icons. That's how big this is. And I'm sure you've heard a lot more about AI agents. But let's go back and understand what AI agents are. So what do you do when you want to understand what something is nowadays? You ask ChatGPT, right? And I asked ChatGPT. And basically, AI agents are autonomous software programs that use AI to perceive their environment, make decisions, and take actions to achieve specific goals. What we're thinking of, and if we have to summarize that, is perceive, decide, and act. That's how I think about AI agents. It's as simple as that. And if we really drill into that, we're talking about pieces of software that have on one side a brain, usually in the form of large language model or any other AI model. We spoke earlier about multimodalities as well. And they have the ability to action through tools, functions. Those are AI agents if we drill into the very specific types of agents that are out there. Now, let's talk some interesting examples of what some startups have already started doing with AI agents. As an example, Decagon is building a solution that is based on multi-agent system to support customer service teams. Being able to listen to what customer support team do, create actions in terms of customer support and so forth. They've already raised $100 million. Devin and Kodo. Devin specifically is quite famous in our industry to create solutions that can allow people without coding knowledge to create full stack applications. Devin raised $196 million and a $2 billion valuation just 6 months ago. Kodo, roughly the same, raised quite a bit of money as well, doing the same thing, using multi-agent solutions to assist with app development. 7AI and Torque, doing cybersecurity. Having agents look at data, logs, things that happen within an environment to support cybersecurity teams and to actually action activities within the cybersecurity space to protect enterprises. And 11x, doing the same thing in sales automation. So I gave you just a few, but I'm sure if you'll Google more, you'll see many more companies that are starting to really take advantage of the abilities of agents to perform these actions. Now let's dive in further. We said that AI agents are just pieces of software that can think and act and then perform actions, right? So I took an example here just to make it very obvious about how we set up agents. And specifically here, I took Crew AI. Crew AI is one of the agentic frameworks that has been fairly prevalent, and it's quite simple to start. The first thing that we want to do is to set up an agent, to tell that agent what's your role. And in this case, you're a senior data researcher on a specific topic. Your goal is to uncover cutting edge developments on that specific topic. The backstory, which is giving a little bit of information to the agent itself about what they are, saying that they are a seasoned researcher with a knack for uncovering the latest development in that topic. And that's how you define the agent. That's the top part. On the bottom part, we define the task itself because we want that agent to do something for us. And in this case, we provide a description of that task and the expected output. And of course, there is a lot of code behind that and a little bit of code that you will actually have to write to get that to start. Now, you might be thinking, okay, we've defined the agent itself, the task. What about tools? And yes, tools are fairly simple as well. Here, a little bit of code, Python code. And at the end of the day, at the very basic thing to think about, a tool is essentially a function. And the agent just needs to have enough information decorating that function to tell it what it does and how to structure the parameters for that function to call it. So in this case, we define the inputs with some descriptions about each argument. And also we define the tool itself and tell the agentic system what that function does. And from that point on, when the agent runs, it can figure out which function it needs to call from the available tools that it has and how to organize the parameters for it. And that's how you basically get an agent running. So that's great. We saw now so far how to set up an agent. And that's great. And that's been with us for I would say, a year now, and we've been able to do that. But what we're seeing in the past few months is the emergence of multi-agents system. When we take on a set of multi-agents, we can have some really significant results here. Sorry, are you still seeing my presentation? So yeah, sorry. Okay, so continuing with multi-agent. Multi-agents are the basis to the progress that we're seeing in recent times, because multi-agents provide some significant abilities to up-level our game with agents. So let's talk about some multi-agents in practice. First of all, the biggest value that we can gain from multi-agent is the ability to use different AI models. So now, instead of just using one model, we can use different AI models, and for each agent have the model that best suits their ability or their need. One is, for example, some agents will need a very deep learning AI agent, a large language model. Some AI agents will need a vision type model and so forth. They can use some different practices as well. They can use formats like reflection. So within the AI agent runs, it can use reflection to understand whether or not what they've done is good enough. Or maybe they need to do some additional rounds to improve the output of that agent. We see the same kind of thing when we use ChatGPT, right? The first request that we usually do to ChatGPT, that zero shot, is usually not the best one that we need. So we ask another question to refine that specific answer that we got. That's reflection. We can combine different modalities, as I mentioned, to use within different agents. And we can use a planner, executor, reviewer format where one agent is doing planning, the next one executes based on the plan that the previous agent created, and the last one reviews the entire cycle. And we can do it a number of times to make sure that we get a very good result. Recently, we've also seen that agents can have memory. And especially I'm excited about long-term memory, that between different executions of that AI agent system, it can remember what it did prior to that, or it can remember the data that it procured in previous iteration, making it smarter and smarter as it moves along. And finally, we're also seeing the emergence of agentic training. Humans providing feedback to the agentic system, giving it some guidance about what went well, what didn't go well, and so forth, to make sure that next execution goes better and better. A few examples are the format. Was the format provided by the output of that agent system was good enough? If not, we provided some feedback to change the format, make it better, make it shorter, make it longer, and so forth, and that in next iterations, that becomes better and better. Now, a little bit of insight about what happens when we do multi-agent systems well in terms of capabilities. So everybody knows Andrew Ng is the founder of Deep Learning AI from Google and other places as well. And about 8 months ago, they published a little bit of information about the outcome of multi-agent. So give it a little bit of a read. But when using GPT 3.5 and trying to do human eval is one of the benchmarks used to benchmark large language models. GPT 3.5 got 48.1 correct answers for human eval. Moving on to GPT-4, it got 67% correct answers. However, when taking into an iterative agentic loop, going back to GPT 3.5 as the backing for the multi-agent system, the outcome was 95% correct answers. So just by moving from a single zero shot in GPT 3.5, for example, to doing GPT 3.5 with an agentic loop yields much more improvement than just moving to the next best model. So think about today, what you can do with the next best models as well. Now let's dive into a little bit of an example of how you would structure a set of multi-agents to accomplish a task. And the task is something that we all know, is building an application. So on the left side, we have a human. The human provides a product description. This is what we want to build. This is what we want to create. Providing that information to the agentic framework. And on that agentic framework, we registered a number of different agents. And the first agent is a product manager agent. That product manager agent reads that product description that was provided by the human and creates a set of requirements that are detailed enough for the rest of the team to go through. The architect agent takes all of those requirements and creates a detailed architecture that goes into the needed architecture to create that solution. Engineering manager agent takes all of that and creates a set of detailed development tasks. Software engineering agent takes the dev task, the architecture, the requirements, and all that, and starts writing code. Now, that agent has a tool. That tool is access to something like a GitHub. And they push the code that they've created to a repository. Next up in that chain, there is a DevOps agent. That DevOps agent takes all the code that was created, looks at the architecture, looks at all the information that was provided so far, and deploys that through its tools, again, tools, functions, to an infrastructure. And at the end, we have a QA agent that, again, has tools to look at the deployment, run some tests on the outcome, provides test results. Those test results go back to the agentic framework, being read by the specific agent that needs to read that. And maybe in this case, it's the engineering manager agent and the product manager agent. And they start to correct things that have happened. And that's at a high level how we build out a multi-agent solution. Now, of course, this is not as simple as it seems. Because once you start doing that, there are a lot of different challenges about how to structure each agent correctly, which large language model to use on each one, how to structure correctly the type of cycles that you do. But the basic framework is there to start working on. And in fact, some of the companies and tools that I've mentioned earlier use something along these lines to structure some of their basic functionality. But then let's go back to the basic question that I asked initially, is that why now? I said that 2025 is the year of the agent. So what has changed? Why last year was a little bit too early, and next year, I believe will be too late, or a little bit too late. Of course, it's never too late to start. But I think that if you have something that you want to do, now is the time to start. Let's talk about what has changed. So the first thing is to remember is that AI models are maturing. They're not mature because they still have a long ways to go. And there's a lot of debate around whether or not we're at the peak or not, whatever. I don't believe so. I believe that we still have quite a lot. Just take a look at some of the news that came out in terms of big investments that are happening, some newer models that came out just this week that are really upending the industry, to tell you how much these AI models still have to go. But I believe that they're at a point where they are matured enough to get some real benefit out of them. Things like improved reasoning. The models that we've seen coming out in the past 6 months have significantly improved reasoning. And when we look at models such as OpenAI o1, the reasoning capabilities that it has are significantly better than previous ones. The next thing is cost reduction. We've seen a tremendous cost reduction, especially when you look at the price to value or to capability that latest models have created. I remember that about 1.5 years ago, we tried a multi-agent solution or framework out there to create some basic tasks. And even during the development phase, we would rack up a nice bill. Today, that's no longer the case. And there are even ways to further reduce the cost as well. So cost is less of a factor today. And I believe that we will continue to see a reduction in cost as well, just because of the overall competition that we see in the market, the improvement of model and so forth. Modality expansion. So if a couple of years ago, the main modality was text to text. I can ask a question, I get an answer back. Today, we're seeing a more maturing set of models that can use vision, inputs and outputs. So vision in, so agents can now, or AI models can look at an image, figure out what's happening in that image, and present that. They can look at videos and understand what's happening in the videos and provide that information. And they're becoming more and more accurate. The same thing about outputs. We can output images, videos, and so forth. They're becoming better and better. Again, maturing. Next up is voice. Over the past few months, voice has become a first-class citizen in more and more models. We can use GPT-4 voice mode, where it's voice to voice. Very little work needs to be done in order to get through with the OpenAI APIs to generate voice and to understand voice as well. Very little latency as well. Code, of course, has been improving and will continue to improve there. And last to note here, especially in the AI agent space, is computer use. Over the past few months, specifically Anthropic, and others will come out with models that can do that as well. Models can now control your computer or your customer's computer if you wish to create a solution like that, and to action various different things. And that opens up the possibilities for AI agents to do much more than they've done in the past. And the variety, of course. We can now choose from many different models to accomplish our task, mixing and matching agents that use different models to accomplish their task. Some model would benefit from a very heavy reasoning model that probably will be more expensive and will be slower to run. Other models, other agents will use a very fast, cost-effective model, like Llama 8B, for example, and so on and so on. There is another reason why now is a really good time to jump in, and that is the expanding AI agent ecosystem. And what do I mean by that? The first thing is that we are having more and more agentic frameworks, and they are maturing as well. I mentioned Crew AI, AutoGen. There are others that are coming out. AWS Bedrock has now an AI agent. Azure is coming out soon. It's in preview, but will come out soon with an agentic framework to run, and others as well that are creating agentic frameworks. The second thing is that it's not only to create an AI agent system that can run locally, you need something to run it on. And we are seeing the emergence of platforms as a service to run AI agents directly. Going back, Crew AI has a service called Crew AI Enterprise. Others have the same kind of things, AWS, Bedrock, and so forth. More and more platforms as a service are coming to market. Now, that area is a maturing area that still needs a good amount of improvement, but it is starting and becoming more and more close to allowing companies to just jump in and create these agents. Eval solutions. We use eval solutions to test AI models or to test prompts. So think test-driven development, where you have questions and answers and so forth. So you have a function that runs, and that's the output. We do the same thing for large language models. These eval solutions that tests outcomes are available also for agentic workflows. So now you don't need to just trust a quick test that you do. You can run a full suite of evaluation questions and answers on your AI agents. The tech talent is improving. Sometimes what we see is that we think that it's very easy to get started, and it runs very quickly to a point where we can show a demo. But we realize very quickly in most projects is that this is a tough thing to get right. And what has happened over the past year or so is that there is a significant growth in the tech talent that knows how to build that agent, and that is the agents, and that is going to continue. And with tech talent comes a tech community. The tech community is thriving. And last, I wanted to mention that the most important thing with AI agents and why now is a good time to start is the actual fact that we can create real value now. With all the things that I showed you, you can create real value for customers today to provide better products and better productivity to our customers. Okay, do we have any questions?
Well, thank you so much. Great presentation. So any questions that you have for Boaz here from his presentation? Feel free to put that here in the chat box here on LinkedIn, and we'll make sure that we read them off and make sure we get them answered. Any questions? So, Boaz, what we may do is we get some questions, look like we try to get some questions coming in. Would you mind for about 30 seconds, 45 seconds? We'll put you back on camera. If you could do a testimonial about your experience delivering your presentation on the Glorium Technologies platform here on the summit. We would love to have your feedback.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's been great to present at Glorium. This is my 4th year presenting here, this time around about AI agents. I do recommend joining in, watching those videos, watching the presentations. I really enjoyed the other presentations as well, and it's been a great activity, and it's been well organized. Thank you.
Okay, great. Now I see somebody, let's see. Can you see Aseem had, I guess it says, can you see my question? No, I can't. So, Aseem is one of the speakers, but I don't see his question. But anyway, anybody, let's see here. He just typed it in the chat. Yes, I see where it says, can you see my question? But I can see what he at. Here it is. In the example given of agents for development, what was the tracing of ever agent? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah. I don't know if it might have been a typo. Let me see here. In the example given of the agents for development, what was the tracing of ever agent? I don't know what that means. Let me see. What was the accuracy? Sorry.
Oh,
what was
great.
The accuracy of ever agent? Sorry. Thanks. There we go.
Great. Great. So this is exactly, I mentioned that, and this is a great question about generally AI agents and what we're seeing now. The big challenge is the actual steering of these AI agent frameworks or AI agent collaboration. It's not always accurate. We are seeing some challenges even with these systems as they are, and that's where the magic and I would say the hard work starts. Figuring out what the accuracy was, figuring out whether or not an agent provided a good enough answer to move to the next step. That is some of the biggest challenges. And what we usually want to do is to have a reviewer, an agent reviewer, saying whether or not the previous step was good enough to move forward. And that's part of the challenge. You cannot really trust just an output of a single agent as it is, without testing it, without making sure that it came out with a good enough answer. And that's also why we're seeing the iterative way that some of the AI agent solutions are in the market in an iterative way. So one agent provides an answer, and the next agent looks at the answer and provides a review.
Great. Well, Boaz, thank you so much for sharing. I know we have to, with our schedule, we got to get to the next speaker and then to the panel. But if there's any other questions, we want to make sure you reach out to Boaz directly, to make sure you connect with him and ask any questions. Boaz, thank you so much for sharing here today on the platform again.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we're going to be, we're in the home stretch here. We're going to be hearing from our last speaker before we move into the panel. And in this last segment, our talk, we're going to be talking about understanding the explosion of artificial intelligence, past, present, and future. We're going to be here with Dr. Michael Housman, CEO and founder of AI-ccelerator. So a little bit about Michael. He is a technologist and data scientist who sits at the intersection of AI and human psychology. He spent 15 years leading technology teams at early stage companies, having architected platforms to hire job applicants, communicate more effectively with customers, catch fraudsters, and transact real estate. His research has been published in a variety of peer-reviewed journals, presented at dozens of academic and practitioner-oriented conferences, and profiled by media outlets such as the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, The Economist, The Atlantic, and Dr. Housman received his AM and PhD in Applied Economics and Managerial Science from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania and his AB from Harvard University. And we are going to bring on Dr. Housman here. There we go. Hi, Dr. Housman.
Hey, Chris, how's it going?
Good to see you again.
Yeah, you too.
Absolutely. Well, the platform is yours, and we look forward to hearing your presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I first want to just share a story. And this dates back about 5 years. I turn on the Zoom. On the Zoom appear the faces of investors in my first startup. And I take a deep breath and I say the words that I've been dreading. I've lost all your money. They took it well. They thanked me for my kind of transparency and how candid I'd been. And as they logged off, I took a moment to kind of think and reflect about everything that I'd given to this startup, years of my life, all my life savings, relationship with someone I really cared about. And I kind of took a moment. I spent about 6 months, took some CTO gigs, traveled around the country, and just tried to reflect and kind of pick up the pieces of my life. And what I discovered, I was in Joshua Tree. And then it occurred to me, I'd spent all this time becoming the expert. I'd gotten a PhD. I knew all the bits and bytes of all the models that I'd built out to support this technology. And in so doing, I had become obsessed with the technology, with AI, for AI's sake. I'd become a hammer that was looking for a nail. And what I realized was that at the end of the day, business is about problems, real people with real problems. And the technology, AI, for example, can be a solution for those problems, but it isn't necessarily the solution, right? In some cases, there is RPA, and there are sometimes just human beings you can throw at these problems. And so I realized is that AI is a tool like any other, and it needs to be deployed in an intentional way. And it was actually sometime after that a friend of mine reached out to me, and he ran an e-commerce company, and they were blowing up during the pandemic. And he said, "Hey, Mike, could really use your help. We think that some of the really exciting new advances in AI could really help us get an edge." And so we pulled apart all their different processes and we said, hey, where are there places that AI could really help kind of automate or augment their personnel? And in many cases, we found AI wasn't the right solution, that they were doing things the right way. But we found in a couple areas, specifically around their marketing and their campaign launching online, we found that there were huge opportunities for AI to make a huge improvement in terms of their velocity and ultimately to help catapult them past their competition. And so we worked with them diligently. We injected AI. We taught their folks how to use these tools. And what we found was that they basically doubled year over year. They're now the largest pet supplement company in the world. And so, that taught me a couple lessons. And the chief among them is really AI is a valuable tool. And when it's used in the right way, it can allow companies to really kind of get a step ahead of their competition. So it was a really informative example that I wanted to share with all of you. So let me share my screen, and I want to make sure I also share audio. But let me share my screen and let me talk about the past, present, and future of AI. And to begin, I like to level set. Let's go back in time 30 years, get in our time machines. In 1993, Mosaic was the first web browser. It emerged. It connected all the world's information to our fingertips. It was followed by Internet Explorer, Chrome, Safari, Firefox. Take a second, think about all the changes that have elapsed in our lives because of the internet and the way we consume information and connect with others. I bring it up because that's the first digital disruption. And then 20 years ago, 2003, we saw the advent of social media. It started with companies like Flickr, YouTube, and Dig, expanded to TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Think about all the changes that have occurred in our lives because of social media, the way it's made our entire world smaller, allowed us to engage with friends, with strangers, with colleagues, to share text, audio, images. That's the second digital disruption. And I bring these up because we're in the first inning of a third digital disruption being driven by AI. The hallmark tools are tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E 3, Sora, Stable Diffusion. And the experts, when they look at this third revolution, they all agree that this one is going to blow us all the way. That's the magnitude of what we're looking at. And so I've got limited time. There are two things I want to talk about today. Number one, where are there massive opportunities hiding in plain sight? How are companies capitalizing on all the change that's happening? And number two, let's not think a year or two into the future. Let's think 5 or 10 into the future. How do you future-proof yourself? How do you become Netflix and not Blockbuster? So first, before we get into those opportunities, let's just put this in historical context again. Here's a graph of Google keyword searches over the last 20 years. People forget 20 years ago, terms like artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, a lot of excitement, a lot of buzz. Remember Watson? Watson was going to change the world, right? And what happened? Had some healthcare applications, but it didn't set the world on fire. And now we're back at peak hype, right? We're back at the point where AI is going to be the solution to everything. And the funny thing is this mirrors the Gartner hype cycle, right? Early in a technology's evolution, there's a lot of disappointment, but it gains steam. The technology gets more and more robust, and eventually the disruption exceeds our expectations. And so the question I like to ask is, why are we seeing this explosion now? And the answer is exponential growth in the 4 ingredients of data science. We see bigger and bigger data. The amount of data is growing exponentially over time, especially unstructured data, like data we see in YouTube and on the web. Faster GPUs, hardware, machines that are exponentially faster. You've all heard of Moore's Law. Well, what I'm hearing is that for GPU speed, it's doubling every 6 months, not every 18 months. Software, we're seeing bigger models, more robust algorithms, more robust deep learning frameworks that allow people to build these models. And then lastly, the exponential growth in people. We're seeing more and more data scientists. 20 years ago, data scientists wasn't a thing. Now there are hundreds of thousands of them worldwide. And the other reason for this explosion is that we have seen layers upon layers of technology being built to this point. In the 60s, we saw semiconductors, we saw hardware. In the 70s, we linked that hardware within systems. Those systems formed networks in the 80s. That became the backbone for the internet in the 90s. In the 2000s, we saw the emergence of apps. Those apps made their way onto our mobile phones in the 2010s. And what do those phones do? They share a lot, they create a lot of data, and that data is what we use to build AI. So I tell people, hey, we've been building to this point for decades, to the point where now AI is possible. So now let's think in practical terms. And I'm a social scientist by training. I have a PhD in econometrics, and I've published many journal articles like the one I'm going to talk about. The research on Gen AI is in, and it is unanimous. These are productivity game changers. Here's research out of Wharton, Stanford, Harvard. They take consultants, divide them in half, give them 18 realistic consulting tasks. Half get an LLM, half do not. have with an LLM are significantly more productive, efficient, and they produce higher quality. Same results replicated out of MIT with front office workers. Take them, divide them in half, give half of them access to an LLM. The group with an LLM is more productive, efficient. They create higher quality work. Same results with developers and Copilot and engineers. Many of them were given, half of them were given access to Copilot chat, and they actually were able to complete tasks and build code in half the time that was significantly less buggy. And so it's because of this that I'm seeing what I call a generative AI arms race within companies that have lots of knowledge workers, because at their core, these technologies scale intelligence. And so that means any sort of knowledge worker role is potentially threatened by this technology. And so, for example, PwC last year said, hey, we're going to make $1 billion investment in AI. A company I work with a lot, EY, came back over the top and said, we have made, past tense, a $1.4 billion investment in AI. PwC came back and said, you know what? We're OpenAI's largest ChatGPT enterprise customer. EY then says, we don't care because we're best friends with Microsoft, right? So it's this one-upsmanship that I think we're all seeing in the market as everyone charges ahead and frankly throws money at these solutions. And what I'm seeing companies do, because I engage with a lot of them, is they're looking for those different silos, those different departments where knowledge workers live, and they're asking one question: how can I put these tools in the hands of those knowledge workers to help supercharge their productivity? And so they're looking at areas like learning and development. They're looking at procurement. They're looking at data and analytics. They're looking at risk and compliance. And they're saying, hey, what tools are out there that I can use to get an edge, right? To allow my people to be more effective. And I think it's funny that with this increasing amount of automation, the tool that Microsoft has embedded in Office is called Copilot. And what's funny is that that's an aviation term. If you looked in the cockpit of a plane 100 years ago, this is what you would have seen. So in the 1920s, flying a plane was entirely manual, right? It was physically exhausting. And that was the case for decades until about the 50s, when we started to see some lightweight navigation systems emerge. So systems that would tell the pilot how high they were flying and where to go. But ultimately, the pilots are doing most of the work in this machine-assisted world. In the 80s, it actually flipped. So it's not machine-assisted, it's human-assisted. Machines are doing most of the work, especially in the middle of the flight. Humans are helping with takeoff and landing. And then finally, in the 2000s, we've reached an era where flight is, frankly, entirely automated. Planes can take off, fly, and land by themselves. We feel better having a human being in the cockpit, but at the end of the day, it's not really necessary. That's why drones exist. Now, let's think about that not for flying planes. Let's think about that for more common tasks like diagnosing diseases and driving vehicles and making hiring decisions and credit and lending decisions. You know, we start in the 50s, everything's manual, but over time, we see some of those tasks start to creep up. So in the 60s and 70s, we're starting to see more and more machine assistance. By the 90s, at least almost everything has some form of machine assistance. And then I think in the 2020s, we're going to see a lot more human-assisted tasks. And this is speculative, but in the 2030s, I think it'll all be human-assisted and entirely automated. And it's because of this that Sam Altman, a year ago, said, we're going to see in our lifetimes the creation of a one-person unicorn. And that's because we have SaaS applications that automate all these different steps in the customer lifecycle. And imagine they get smarter and smarter. They connect to one another via APIs. And now vis-a-vis agentic AI, they're able to operate themselves. They're able to optimize. They're able to make decisions. And all you really need is a single human conductor at the top of this SaaS orchestra telling them what to do. So I mentioned that story originally, and I wanted to dig in a little bit more. It's a company called Pet Lab, and they are a pet supplement company. So imagine that, you know, joint care chews or probiotics for your dog or cat. And so we went in and we kind of pulled apart all their processes. And we asked all their people, well, how are you spending your time? What are you doing? and we wanted to understand what they were doing at a really granular level so we could try to assess where are there opportunities for AI. And at their core, they're an e-commerce company. And e-commerce companies are all about launching and testing campaigns. The winners are usually the ones that launch and test marketing campaigns the fastest. So we looked at that process, and it really consisted of creating content, launching a campaign, and then gathering feedback. And they would just turn the crank on that cycle over and over and over again. And so we approached that and we said, where could we inject generative AI in this process to help give them an edge? And what we found specifically was creating content was the long pole in the tent. That was the piece of the process that took the most time. And so this is a Facebook ad. This is launched in November of 2022, right? This is pre-AI and pre-Chat GPT. And we said, listen, how can we take this process and make it better, faster, cheaper? And so we found some off-the-shelf tools, for example, Midjourney, and we showed them how they could use it to create stunning images in even less time than they were before. So imagine, if you will, typing into Midjourney, okay, give me a soda can with a bright blue skyline. Okay, zero in on one of those. Then do the same, but with a Labrador. We'll pick one. And then we add that product, right? That Coke can, we chop it in half. We replace it with Pet Lab products. We add a few more products in the dog, and then we pop it into Photoshop. So the result are these really visually stunning ads that really resonated with their customers. And they even allowed their marketers to get really creative, to flex some of those creative juices. You can see some of those crazy Halloween images on the right-hand side of the screen. So effectively, they went from this in November of 2022 to this by December of 2023, right? So we know from their stats that these ads resonated with customers, and it allowed their marketers to get really, really creative and to come up with crazy images like the Kung Fu Poodle that you see on the left. But what's more important is not just that the images were more resonant, but that they were actually able to increase their velocity significantly. The amount of time that they spent on each campaign went from about 45 minutes to about 5 minutes. That meant they could launch not 500 campaigns per month, but 2,300 campaigns per month. And as I mentioned, that meant higher revenues. So this is their revenue line in 2023. And this is about the point in June where we figured out this hack. We taught their team. And I mentioned they've effectively doubled year over year. And now they are the biggest pet supplement company in the world. So I mentioned that's how companies are thinking right now about AI. That's how they're leveraging these tools, putting them in the hands of their employees to help give them an advantage, give them an edge. But, companies shouldn't just be thinking a year or two into the future. They need to be thinking 3, 5, 10 years into the future. And what's on the horizon down the line? Well, you may remember this slide from the very beginning. The conversation I hear everyone having is, how do I take these tools, put them in the hands of my knowledge workers, and allow them to be more productive? The conversation I don't hear enough companies having is, how is this going to change my business model? How does this affect the way I engage with customers? Who's going to come and eat my lunch? Think about it. With the internet in 1993, if I'd come to you back then, would you have believed me if I told you that because of the internet, Blockbuster would disappear off the face of the earth? Taxi cab companies would get crushed. Barnes & Noble would really struggle to adapt. And then 20 years ago, we saw social media. And with the advent of social media, would you have believed that newspaper companies would have their entire business model turned upside down? That telecom was going to really struggle to stay on top? Try to find a Kodak camera or a Virgin record store. And what's going to happen in an era of AI? I like to, in live programs, I like to ask the audience, who's going to get disrupted here? And for me, this is speculative, but I think content creators like Disney, I think knowledge workers like lawyers and accountants, and CPAs and auditors and consultants, I think they're all going to have to really adapt quickly. I think book publishing as a whole is going to transform immeasurably. And I think even educational institutions like my alma mater, Harvard, are going to have to really adapt, because education is going to change and become hyper-personalized and hyper-customized. And I think with the advances in multimedia tools, for me, content creation is really where the sharp end of the spear is. I think we're going to see a sea swell of change when it comes to how we create movies, how we develop TV shows, how we create music, even how we do advertising. So this is work from Tim Adder, and he specializes in AI-generated modeling shots. And if you think about it, if you want to create an advertisement and put it online or in a magazine, what do you have to do? You have to rent a studio, you rent equipment, you have to find a model, you have to find a photographer. So frankly, you're tens of thousands of dollars in the hole before you've even taken a single photo. Imagine, if you will, you can hire someone like Tim to create AI-generated modeling shots that are visually stunning, and it costs the fraction of a penny that it would have cost to do this the old-fashioned way. I think this is going to completely transform the way we do advertising and marketing. So it's funny, I've given this talk a few times, and a friend of mine was in the audience. He worked for Disney, and he pulled me aside and he said, listen, Mike, all due respect to your AI, Disney's been making movies for 100 years. You don't understand how much production value goes into that movie that you see on the silver screen. There's no way AI is ever going to be able to automate that in our lifetimes. So let's pause that, and I'll tell you a story. In 1980, AT&T commissioned a study by McKinsey because they'd heard about this thing called the cell phone. And it posed a pretty existential risk to AT&T, which was the king of landlines at the time. So they went to McKinsey and they asked a very simple question. How many cell phones are going to be in circulation by the year 2000, 20 years from now? And McKinsey did what they do best. They did a bunch of research and they surveyed consumers and they looked at all this different data. And they came back to AT&T and they said, good news, you don't have to worry about this thing. There's only going to be about 900,000 cell phone handsets in the year 2000. Turns out they were off by an order of 200. There were 200 million cell phones in the world in the year 2000. It's part of the reason I tell the story today, and it's a little bit of a black eye for McKinsey. Apologies for any McKinseyites that are on the line. And I usually like to ask audience, why do you think McKinsey was so far off with their estimate? Right? This is what they do. They're smart folks. But why were they so off? And the reason is because technology doesn't proceed linearly. Technology moves exponentially. This isn't actually what a cell phone looked like in the year 1980. This is what a cell phone looked like in the year 1980. So they were asking the wrong question. They were saying, hey, how many people are going to want one of these things in the year 2000? The answer is not many. It's really bulky and it lost coverage all the time. But everyone wants one of these, right? And that's what exponential technology does, is it moves exponentially. Let me relate that to AI. 2 years ago, if you'd gone, 3 years ago, if you'd gone to Midjourney, you said, hey, I want a woman's face with a shawl on it. This is what it would have spit out. This is what it would have given you in April of 2022, July, and November. This is what you get in March of 2023, May, August, and December. Isn't it amazing how fast these tools get better and better and better? Image generation right now is almost entirely photorealistic. And to the point about movies and motion pictures, here's a short that was created by users of Sora, which is OpenAI's text-to-video tool. It's called Airhead. Please let me know if the sound doesn't work.
Well, they say everyone has something unique about them, something that sets them apart. It's just in my case, it's quite obvious what that thing is. I am literally filled with hot air. Yeah, living like this has its challenges. Windy days, for one, are particularly troublesome. Or there was the one time my girlfriend insisted I go to the cactus store to get my Uncle Jerry a wedding present. Ugh.
Pretty amazing, huh? Anyone still think we're never going to see an AI-generated movie in our lifetime? Yeah, that's what I thought. So the question I often get is, how do you avoid being disrupted by this technology? And the answer is by doing the disrupting, right? So an example, IKEA, I've done a little bit of work with IKEA, and they're making some experimenting in some really clever ways with their own business model. So it comes in 4 big categories. Number 1, new business approaches. What you see here are algorithmic chairs. These are chairs that were designed by algorithms. Some of them won't see the light of day. Some of them aren't even sittable, but now their designers don't have to worry about creation. They worry about curation. They review designs like these all day, and they say which of these is going to resonate most with the customer, which reflects the IKEA aesthetic. Competitive advantage. They're able to fabricate this furniture incredibly cheaply and in an agile way that's close to the customer because they've been experimenting with different 3D printing type enabled approaches to the creation and fabrication of this furniture. Productivity and efficiency. They have right now in their warehouses drones monitoring and taking inventory. They found that not only are the drones more accurate at inventory, but they also never sleep. And finally, with the customer experience, you can go on their website right now. You can upload a photo of your home or apartment, and it will offer up recommendations in real time and say, hey, what about a couch here? What about this living room set? What do you think of this end table? And where that's headed is actually VR-enabled approaches. You put on a headset, your Oculus, for example, you look around your apartment, and it offers up recommendations. Hey, what do you think of this bookshelf? What about this couch? So they're going from this to this. But what happens if they get really good at doing this really, really, really fast? Well, in that world, you don't start with one-size-fits-all designs. You actually start with the customer. You start by them looking at their living room and you're offering up different recommendations for chairs. Then because you have this capability, you're able to fabricate it and build it very close to the customer. You're then able to deliver it in near real time. You can do it with trucks. I kind of like drones. And in that world, IKEA doesn't need the stores, the warehouses, those maze-like stores that they've become known for. So imagine you're a furniture creator, right? Distributor, and you're competing with IKEA, but they don't have any warehouses. They don't have stores. They don't have warehouse workers. It becomes very, very hard to compete with IKEA. So last, I want to share a story of disruption from my own career with respect to a company that I helped found called Doma. And we looked at title insurance, which is this very esoteric industry in the US that's closely related to home buying and selling. And we thought that this was a very archaic process. There's probably dozens and dozens of steps that go into buying or selling your home. And we went to title insurance companies first, and we said, hey, do you think there's any opportunity for automation? Could we sell you some tools that you might use to make this process faster? And they said, no, this is an entirely human process. It's impossible to automate. It just requires a lot of eyeballs and hands. So we went to real estate brokers, we went to mortgage brokers, and we went to home buyers and sellers. We said, what is it you want from this process? And they said, listen, the prices are pretty much fixed for title insurance and for home escrow and closing on a home. So all we really want is to get our money or our home as fast as possible. We want you to execute this transaction quickly. And then we went to title examiners, the folks that were actually doing the work. And we asked them, how do you spend your time all day? And they said, well, we spend our time really doing two things. Number one is communicating with the customer, with all the different parties, right? So we send a zillion emails, we send a lot of text, just making sure everyone knows what's going on. And number two is we spend a lot of time reviewing documents, extracting information from one document and populating another. And so what we said is we think there's an opportunity to inject data science into this process and to build two suites of products called comms and docs, to use transformers to do natural language processing to support communication and computer vision to support the document shifting and handling that I described. And so we looked at that entire home buying process and we broke it down into all the little steps that are involved. And really at the end of the day, it's probably about a dozen big chunks of steps that are occurring in many cases concurrently. And we documented how long they took. And then we diligently attacked each one. And we said, well, if we injected AI and ML into each of these processes, how much could we shorten it up? How much could we make it more effective? And the answer is a lot. So we found that you could take ordering the title from 3 to 5 days. You could bring it down to a couple hours. Examining the title doesn't have to take days. Again, it could take hours. Generating the commitment goes from a week to just a couple hours. Curing defects still takes a few days. That's a process that's very manual. Clearing it to close, you can get it done in a day. You can generate those closing documents in just a couple hours, schedule the notary in effectively real time, conduct the closing in 30 minutes to an hour, disperse the funds in real time, and record it with the county within about a day. So the point is we were able to take the amount of time from end to end to about a fifth the amount of time that it took previously. That meant that the underwriting process went from days to minutes, that the closing process went from months to about a week. We had lots and lots of customers, mortgage originators, Fannie Mae, Penny Mac, that were all really thrilled with the work that we'd done with them. And I'm pleased to say we were able to list publicly on the New York Stock Exchange a couple years ago. And so finally, in closing, a couple thoughts. I think everyone out there is talking about an AI mindset. And I think that, frankly, a mindset is kind of BS. I don't think it's a mindset. I think it's about building AI muscles and building capabilities. And that means developing an AI roadmap and then executing against it, diligently picking projects like I mentioned we had done at Doma, and then executing against them and making those bigger and bigger and bigger in order to really start moving the needle. So with that, I'll close in a second, but I do want to kind of make myself available. The number one question I get when I give these talks is, hey, Mike, can you help me like you did Pet Lab with our AI roadmap? And the answer is yes. To support companies, because I love doing this, I've actually flashed on the left a QR code, and you can use it and scan it and grab 15 minutes of my time. If you'd like to talk more about kind of where your company is on its roadmap and where it needs to go, what it is it's just a quick consult so we can get to know each other and I can get a better sense of where you are. What it does is help you understand kind of where you should be headed and what the path forward would likely look like. And what it means is that you're taking the first step towards really changing and revolutionizing your company and future-proofing yourself. And so I encourage folks to grab some time. 15 minutes might change the next 15 years of your company or your evolution. And before I close, I want to tell you a personal story. Because I mentioned it's all about AI capabilities. And really that's about kind of developing personal and organizational kind of muscles. And for me personally, I found myself, I got my PhD when I was 29. And on my 29th birthday, I did what any new PhD does. And I flew to Vegas and I basically partied with friends. And I woke up the next morning feeling absolutely terrible. And my mouth tasted like cigarettes, and I had a splitting headache. And I realized that I was kind of sick of being, in bad shape and not taking care of myself. And so I decided then that I was going to go to the gym and I was going to be in the gym 5 days a week in order to take better care of myself and to really help my own wellness. And so that's what I did. I spent years in the gym 5 days a week without fail, and I got pretty strong doing it on my own. But for me, the real game changer was when I found help, because I wasn't ultimately getting in good shape. I was just getting strong. I didn't really know what I was doing. I found a nutritionist. I found a trainer. I found a CrossFit gym, and they pointed me in the right direction, and they really helped me on my fitness journey, right? And they helped me do things that I couldn't do before. And so now I'm pleased to say, hey, I'm faster than I've ever been. I'm stronger than I've ever been. And the point of all this is not to show, shirtless selfies of myself on the screen, but to illustrate a point that all change, whether it be personal or organizational, is hard. But what allows anyone to do it is taking action, being consistent, and finding mentorship. Thanks so much for your time. Feel free to follow me or connect with me on LinkedIn or on my website. And now I'll pause and see if there are any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Housman. Great job, as always. Thank you so much for sharing. Powerful story up front and on the back end and everything that you did. Any questions that anybody has for Dr. Michael Housman? If you'd like, feel free to put that here in the chat. And let's see here. And Dr. Housman, I think you've done a testimonial for us in the past, I believe, right? I think in the last time you spoke.
Yeah, I think I did. I'm pretty sure. I presented a few weeks ago, but thanks.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Yep. All right, let's see if we have any questions, because I know we have our panel coming up soon here. But this is a great time, folks. If you, again, hopefully you're on the YouTube right now, because we had to move over to YouTube from LinkedIn, because LinkedIn only gives us 4 hours since we started this summit, this virtual summit. any questions that you have for Dr. Housman? Let's see. Anything else, Dr. Housman, as we wait for some, because we got some time. I know we were going to go on a break, but we only have 5 minutes. So we're just going to probably go right by that, and then we're going to go to the panel. What would you like to share, like anything else that you feel like could really, really tie everything together, what you shared with us today? Because I love stories, and you really had great stories today.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I think, it's kind of to what I said in the very beginning. It's really easy. You're going to get, everyone gets very excited about the technology, and you're going to hear all day today from all these amazing speakers about the power of AI and the power of agents. And I think that's powerful. It's good to know what the technology is capable of. But for folks likely on this webinar that are in organizations and they're running into problems on a day-to-day basis, I don't start by saying, hey, what can agents do within my company? I start by, what are the pain points that I'm running into on a constant basis, right? Are my people, under-resourced? Are they making mistakes where AI might be able to enhance that, right? And so I think it's really about working backwards, thinking first about the people and their problems, and then saying, okay, is there technology that's now robust enough to kind of step in, to augment, to automate some of that work? And so that's, and that's part of the reason, Chris, to your point, like, I like to tell stories. I love technology and I love building this stuff, but at the end of the day, I think people kind of think in terms of stories, right? And that's what we're all trying to learn from each other. So hopefully that kind of helps and makes it a little bit more resonant.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Always got great content and great interaction here with the audience. Any questions, anybody? As we have a panel coming up here as we're in the home stretch of today's summit. Any questions for Dr. Housman? Make sure that, again, you reach out to Dr. Housman on LinkedIn. Again, if you want a copy of his presentation, again, make sure you, with the QR code that we had on earlier, that you would register. Again, give us a testimonial. And from there, we'll be able to send you that PowerPoint to you, including the other speakers we had previously. There it is right there in the upper left-hand corner. Make sure to take advantage of that right now. And again, this is great, Dr. Housman. I mean, anything else? I'll give it one more minute. I don't see any questions. Doesn't mean that I know I got great value today. So as always. So anything else in the final minute you have here?
No, I mean, like I said, feel free to connect with me and happy to help anyone on their journey, right? It's a journey. It's a marathon and not a sprint. And so please reach out if I can be helpful.
Great. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure seeing you as always, and look forward to seeing you on another summit. With that being said, everybody, we are in the home stretch here. I know we were going to have a short break, but we're just going to kind of power through. We're almost done. We've got a great panel coming up for you here. Some of the speakers that you saw here earlier, we're going to be coming up here. So we want to make sure that you're going to be here for that, and you're going to get an opportunity to ask a lot of questions in regards to the panel. And when one thing we ask is that make sure that your questions, each speaker that is on the panel is going to have a certain period of time to share. So take that time to listen, and then if you have a question for the panel overall, you could address that. For a specific panelist, you can do that as well. So make sure that, again, you come prepared. And this is a great opportunity that if you didn't get asked a question earlier to one of the speakers, this was the time that you can do this as well. So we've got a lot of great things coming up here. So let's just see where we're at right now. And yes, we can start the panel now. So we're going to get a jump start on that, and we're going to bring everybody up here on the panel. So here we have Boaz that you heard earlier, Murat coming up here. We got some other people coming up here shortly. I guess we're just waiting here. So there's Wendy, and I don't know if Aseem was here. Okay, so we're gonna the other two will come on here shortly. Maybe they again 1:20 East Coast time. So we're gonna get right into it right now, and we're gonna start getting into some of the questions. Just some housekeeping items. Again, we're going to just make sure that we each question based upon that we have a total of 4 people. We're going to have about 2 to 3 minutes per speaker to address this question. So, Boaz, we'll start with you, and we're going to look at AI as a business partner, more than just a tool. So AI has evolved from a back-end automation tool to an active decision maker in business. Are we heading toward a future where AI is a true strategic partner rather than just a productivity enhancer? First question, and how can companies prepare for that shift?
Yeah, this is a great question of where we see the AI going to. Now, it's very hard to figure out where we will be longer term, but I do see in the near future where we will see AI becoming a trusted assistant as a first step to the various people that work in a business, where they can ask questions, have AI or AI agents, as we spoke earlier, perform some executive task or assistant tasks to the work that people do on a daily basis, and consult with the AI when they have things that they are not sure about. And as we move forward, what I believe is that we will see an ever greater participation from AI participants, and doing it an ever increasingly more important job there. Now, where will it get? It's very hard to say. It really depends on, one is how society takes that in. So various different businesses will have to figure out how they work in this manner. And the second thing is how good the AI models really going to get to. Right now, we have not hit a peak or an asymptote like everybody is talking about. We're seeing a continued advance with the AI models. They're getting better and better and better. Is that going to continue to the point where we'll just say, okay, an answer that an AI provides is good enough for us to make some sound business decisions? I still think that we are not yet there. Assistants, advisors, productivity support, great. We're there. We are there. We need to make that step, making actual decisions without a filter on critical business decisions or even health decisions. We're not there yet. We'll see where we get.
Okay, great. Awesome. Murat, if you could also address the question, I'll rephrase it again. AI has evolved from a back-end automation tool to an active decision maker in businesses. Are we heading towards a future where AI is a true strategic partner rather than just a productivity enhancer? Question 1, and how can companies prepare for this shift? 2 or 3 minutes if you could share from your perspective.
Sure. I think I come from a generation where each time there's such a artificial intelligence, even before my generation, was put in a position to autonomously make the decisions fully, cause catastrophic problems. So thinking about the all the different movies that we come across, we know very well that that's not a very good idea. But I do believe that AI is going to be a very strategic partner for individuals and for organizations. Strategic, but not autonomous. I do believe that this is a tool, very nice, very complex tool, but it is one of those things that I use it to make decisions. I use it as an advisor. I use it as a encyclopedia. I use it as a sounding board. But I agree with Boaz as well that I think we are a little bit far away from that. That AI is going to make their own decisions, and to be honest, I am a little bit of skeptic on the side of really making creative new advancements in thinking through AI. I do believe that humans will always play that role and will be the one that is going to be the creation. Because when you think about it, is AI, however great it is going to be fed the data that has been created by humans. Okay. When you see an image is created by AI or a video, etc., it is by sampling other things. In my presentation, I talked about it. If you ask them to give you a collage of watches, it's going to give you watches that shows 10 past 10, all of them, even you ask for a specific time. So it is one of those things that is one of those tools that I think, if you see from my back, there's a lot of Star Trek references on my back, is resistance is futile. And I don't know why people are resisting against it. It's a tool. We need to use it, but trust it, but make sure that we check it.
Great, Murat. Thank you for sharing. And Aaron, if you could do the same, I'll repeat the question. AI has evolved from a back-end automation tool to an active decision maker in businesses. Are we heading toward a future where AI is a true strategic partner rather than just a productivity enhancer? Question one, and how can companies prepare for that shift? 2 or 3 minutes, if you could share from your perspective.
Yeah. So we have been, I co-founded the company about 9 years ago. So we've been always living and breathing about like how can AI will turbocharge the productivities of our human agents, right? I think like we start building the product, like AI is more like a co-pilot to help the agent. So to address your question, absolutely. There's no doubt that AI can improve the productivity of like pretty much any task that you try to do, whether you're writing a blog or an article or analyzing any situation, it's helping you. That part is indisputable. Now, if you talk about having AI to make autonomous decisions, I think for certain simple tasks, they can. Like, for example, Smith.ai, we use AI agent to basically handle the incoming call. They ask you questions. They qualify whether you're a legitimate caller, whether the project that you wanted to do align with the projects that the customers wanted to do. That simple task of saying, are you at the right place? Are you doing the project that like the pro or the business owner can do? That part is easy. If you try to get the AI to say, let me try to convince you to book an appointment to basically do a little bit of sales kind of motion, that requires a little bit of finesse, a little bit of like context and understanding or emotional intelligence or human touch. I don't think we're quite there yet. So my best analogy is because AI today is like the Tesla's autopilot, right? If you're going on the highway, there's no obstacles, there's no kind of crazy like GPS problems, then you're fine. But the moment you get into this like nuanced, like difficult situation, you want the human to take over, right? You have to put your hands on the wheels, right? And you have to be trust but verify. Like today, I'm using autopilot, and the sun was actually blinding the sensors because they only use cameras, and the car lose control a little bit, right? So it's not quite there yet. I don't think like for very high level strategic like decision, AI is not quite there yet. Like they cannot, I wouldn't trust the AI to help me build my company's roadmap for like 2025, right? So that is like kind of where we draw the line. Simple task, AI can do it. We actually build another AI system to evaluate whether AI has making the right call. That's fine. For bigger decisions that require a ton of context and experience, I think it's a great productivity tool to help like us to make better decisions.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Great to hear from all three of you. And Wendy, if you could address the question again, I'll repeat it. AI has evolved from a back-end automation tool to an active decision maker in businesses. Are we heading towards a future where AI is a true strategic partner rather than just a productivity enhancer? Question there, and then how can companies prepare for this shift?
Yeah, I would definitely concur with what my fellow panelists have shared. It's interesting. So some of what we do is we actually work with enterprises to help develop and deploy their models. We are a data annotation and model evaluation solution. So we're really about providing kind of the human centric validation and the inputs that these models are built upon. And I'll give some perspective as really more of a service provider, but what we've seen, certainly in the last several years is we've always worked at the forefront with, CTOs and chief product officers, companies that are trying to really leverage AI to build a differentiated product, right? So how is it going to, you know, how will a self-driving car drive itself, right? How will software like include agentic AI to make the user experience better, right? So it's really about growth and adoption. And so we've seen that, and what's been interesting is we've also seen it now sort of democratized, where people are also thinking about it from an efficiency lens and how it can make people more productive. So had some great conversations with leaders at companies like Microsoft, Dell, HP, and others, where it's not just about how do you leverage AI to make your job easier. It's really about a productivity enhancer, right? So how can I leverage this platform? And I'm sure you all use it too. I'm a user as well to help advance my playbooks and validate. I think was Murat, he said advisor. I mean, absolutely, I use it as a sanity check. So we're seeing that shift in adoption. The tools and the interfaces I think becoming much greater. And I look at it as something that's a bit more well-rounded. So it's not just about efficiency; it's actually about differentiation and amplification. And that's absolutely what I'm seeing. I'm seeing it much more so, and I think that trend is going to continue.
Great. Thank you, Wendy, there, and great to hear from all of you on this particular question. So we're going to move along to the next question. If anybody has any questions, again, you could put that in the chat box here, and we'll make sure we address it. If I see it in real time right now, we'll do it right now. If not, we can always circle back to it. But we're going to move along because we have other questions we want to address. So the next one is going to be around the rise of AI agents. Are we ready for the next leap? So a lot of you highlighted the growing role of AI agents in automating complex workflows. How far are we from truly autonomous, self-learning AI agents handling business operations? And what challenges, technical or ethical, must be addressed before full-scale adoption? So let's go back and we will start again with Boaz.
So yeah, that's a great question. And I feel that we are at the inflection point where AI agents are starting to become, one is very doable, very capable, but we're not yet there at the point where they can make complex business decisions. The way I look at that is that we start, and we want to start with the simplest, most repetitive tasks that companies have, that one is humans do not necessarily want to do them again and again. The amount of data that needs to be reviewed is probably is way too much to get right. But also the consequence of missing out, the consequence of perhaps making a mistake is not significant to the business, to humanity, to other things. I'll give you a few examples where I see these types of things can really work well. Reviewing of documents. So let's say that we go through a process in a company, and at the end, there is a review process that needs to happen. Are we seeing any problems with that? Now, if it's a very important contract and so forth, I would want an AI agent to review the entire contract to tell me whether or not they see any problems with that. Great. But I would want a human to do that as well. That's a second thing. Now, Aaron mentioned here the task of answering a phone call or a chat as well, and doing that initial either filtering of the lead, looking at the lead to make sure that lead qualifies for a company. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's a marketing call or something like that. That is something that I would trust an AI agent to do. Whereas to promise a customer that yes, we have a product for them or we have a solution for them. If let's say we were a law firm or something like that, I would not go to that level as well.
Got it.
So we are at a point that I would prefer businesses look at the one is simple tasks that take a long time from humans to do, that are not interesting for humans to do, and the implication of getting something wrong is either small or can be corrected very easily. That's where I stand. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Boaz, for sharing. And Murat, if you could also elaborate, again,
Sure.
we want to be at 2 to 3 minutes. As mentioned, all of you, several of you had alluded to the AI agents and automating complex workflows. How far have we come from truly autonomous, self-learning AI agents handling business operations? Question one. And what are the challenges, technical or ethical, must be addressed before full-scale adoption?
So, this is, as Baz was saying it, I love my favorite consultancy word saying it depends. It depends on the role, it depends on the action. Because when you look at it, for example, telemarketer, if telemarketer is the type of the work that you're looking for, that's going to go through the script, and they're not allowed to go out of the script. There's a lot of telemarketer organizations that works that way. They create the script, they give it to the people, and people just follows that script. That can be trusted to AI. But at the moment that you are doing some kind of a relational selling or cross-selling or making a decision on this thing, you would like humans to interfere and be there. For example, one of the things that as soon as like what Aaron is doing with the voice, etc., all the call centers around the world got very excited. We're going to get rid of our agents and we're going to have the AI and they're going to answer the phone and I don't have to. And that includes Microsoft that I'm in is like 20,000 people. Microsoft employs about 20,000 people for support centers to answer phone calls. Okay, quickly it's been realized that it is, while AI is an amazing technology and can get rid of the quite a lot of basic stuff, like quite a lot of times you come across on the phone and they say, you call your doctor and it says, are you trying to find the office address? If you say yes, they read it to you automatically. Okay, that's great. But when you have a problem, you want to speak with somebody. And if you have a name like mine, Murat Ozturan, on the call center with the agent, I don't want to repeat it 10 times. How do you spell your last name? Ozturan. How do you spell your last name? Ozturan. Sorry, I can't find your files. Okay. Instead of that, now we have again 20,000 agents in Microsoft, and our customer support satisfaction increased significantly because while I'm talking on the phone, the agent concentrates on my problem, not taking notes, taking actions, trying to get my information, and doing 10 things at the same time, but concentrates on my problem. So I see AI for the significant time, upcoming time, and is a tool to enable people to be more efficient and be. But I don't think it is ready, nor I don't think it's going to be ever ready to make complex and serious decisions. Okay. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Thank you. Thank you, Murat, for sharing. And Aaron, same question. And we're going to move on to Wendy from there. I'll repeat it again. How far are we from truly autonomous self-learning AI agents handling business operations, and what challenges, technical or ethical, must be addressed before full-scale adoption?
Yeah. So if you look at our model, right, we always believe that the AI today is still kind of, I call it first or second inning. Like we're still at the early stage, and there's still a lot of like issues, from hallucination to like they get confused when you give a very long context window. So I don't think we're quite at that yet. But if you think about kind of the 80-20 rule, the last mile, the last 20% will take a ton of effort. To get the first 80% is actually quite easy. So I think we're not at the last mile yet. I think there will still be a lot of work that needs to be done. In particular, I think you need a way to ensure that the AI is doing the right thing, meaning you need to make sure it's compliant to certain rules, guards and rails, to make sure that they don't make mistakes. So you need to have another sort of the system I call trust but verify, right? To make sure that they are actually adhering to the principles. Now, to use the Murat's example about like the 20,000 agents, I definitely believe AI can handle the called the level 1 or level 2, right? I have this question and it's fairly deterministic. Like here's the answer. Whether it's giving out the address or the setup the thing or downloading some of the Microsoft product, those are easy. But at some point, the AI has to determine whether that problem is they don't even have enough confidence to solve, and they have to escalate to the senior human agents. I think we're at that phase where it's really the true human computer interaction, the true HCI, where AI does what is best, collecting the info, understanding what is going on, present that case, identifying whether that is something that they can handle. If not, they can bubble up, they can escalate to the next level of the human agents. But even with that, like you will see a significant cost saving, improve in productivities, and reducing the latency from the time. Like, I mean, I'm sure everyone has the same experience where when you call somebody in the government agency, you got put on hold for like 20 minutes. And you're like, I just want to know, like, can I do this? Like, where can I send my check? Or something really simple. It shouldn't take 20 minutes to find a human agent to answer the simple question. So I think you will see that significant jump. It's not like people are going to lose their job. It's just suddenly they will be more effective. They're not putting you on hold for 20 minutes. They're putting you on hold maybe for like 1 minute. So I think that is where I see the future. But we have a long way to get there. That's why it's so exciting. We're living in this era of innovation that there's so much to be done, and yet it's the technology is like really like groundbreaking. So I think this is the most exciting part.
Thank you, Aaron, for sharing. And Wendy, same question again. How far are we truly autonomous, self-learning AI agents handling business operations? How far are we from that? And what challenges, technical or ethical, must be addressed before full-scale adoption?
So I was smiling because I just recently had to go to the DMV. So I was appreciating Aaron's example on the efficiency of the experience in the process. Yeah, I too believe that we are in the first chapter or in the early chapters of a very long book. The work we do very specifically is to help validate and evaluate models, and I can tell you that there is a very, very, very long way to go before we get to true autonomy. The most successful, I mean, we touch on kind of what we've seen as the most successful use cases in terms of agentic AI. So yeah, they are fairly simple tasks. So, for example, if you are doing talent acquisition and you are screening for candidates, it would typically take a recruiter, right? 30 seconds to eyeball, a resume and identify those that got knocked out or moved on to the next round. Those are great examples to where if you can define what good looks like, right? What am I looking for in that talent acquisition? It's very easy to get an agent, basically an AI agent, to help do that full set of screening. Now, could it then take the next level and take an interview? Probably not, right? That's where the humans come in. But that's a specific example of the task we've seen be really successfully automated. Is those kinds of things. E-discovery is another area. Collection of data, creating context, collection, and summarization of information, and sort of not quite yes, no, but fairly straightforward evaluations. Some of the, I think, critical like considerations, both just ethical and much more, I think, related to just general responsible AI development best practices, is you have to know what good looks like. No agent is going to be successful if you can't identify effectively what those outcomes are that you're trying to achieve. And then part of the responsible development practices are really saying, okay, if I know this is how I can evaluate in my model, this is sort of the checklist. Do I have the right data sets, right? Am I training this model, right? Or am I building this model on the basis of the right information so that it can get to the right outcomes? And then do I have a way to consistently evaluate it to make sure it doesn't go off the rails, right? So how do I know it's staying performant as it gets new data? And this is also where I do believe that as you're building these models, some level of kind of human checkpoint is also a critical consideration, because you know, if you have a machine, train a machine, you may not know, you know, it's like a copy of a copy of a copy. You may end up in a slightly different direction or space than what you wanted to. So that evaluation and understanding this is how I can know my model is working effectively and performant is a critical part of that. And it's hard to do, like I think a number of the fellow panelists have shared, with like really complex or multi-step actions. So there's a little ways to go, a long ways to go.
Thank you, Wendy, and thank you, panelists, for sharing. I think what might be the issue with some of the questions, we're over on the YouTube platform because we only had 4 hours on LinkedIn. They only allow us, and I don't know if the questions are a little bit more difficult to put in YouTube than they are LinkedIn. So, but nonetheless, people are listening. So great value. So what we're going to do, because we have about less than 15 minutes left before the conclusion of today's summit. We're going to do one more question, but we're going to be really laser focused on the answers for each of you. You know, 2 minutes or less, really laser focused. So here's the question, going back to Boaz. We're going to, it's going to be on the area of AI innovation and its next big disruption. We've seen the progression from internet to mobile to AI. What's the next transformative phase of AI? Will it be a multi-agent intelligence, cognitive caching, or something we haven't even considered yet?
Yeah, that's a great question, because first off, one of the things that we've seen over the past 2 years is the emergence of new things that we didn't even think about. Right? It's like, okay, no one even thought about 3 years ago when this started that we will be able to create videos now. That was even when Sora came out, or just before that, people said, okay, we can do 2 seconds of video. Getting to 10 seconds will be very difficult. But well, here we can do that. It hasn't been that long. So one thing that is very hard is to predict where we will be. Now, I do believe that there are 2 parts that are now competing to the most impressive thing that I see. One is the AI agent. We spoke about that, the ability for multiple agents to work together to accomplish a task. Although, as we said, right now, we're talking about simpler tasks that are very valuable. I do not discount that. Some of these tasks are super valuable to humanity. On the other side, what we're seeing is great innovation in the models themselves that are becoming smarter and smarter and more capable. And what we've seen with GPT-01 over the past 4 or 5 months is a significant improvement in reasoning. We even saw a glimpse of O3 going into that next level where models are becoming even stronger. Now, here's another thing. If you've seen in the recent YouTube news or others, the announcement on DeepSeek 01, right? And that is an open source model that now can do some of the same things that we see from the closed source environment as well. So for me, either of those 2 things are the biggest innovation that I'm expecting. AI agents and ever stronger foundation models.
Great, Boaz. Thank you so much for sharing. And Murat, if you could do the same in up to 2 minutes, because I know we're on a front. You have a question you want me to? I don't need to repeat it. Okay.
No. So a quick thing about AI, I think we've seen an exponential growth in last 2-3 years about the AI. But for technology people, this is not a new thing. Somebody was telling me that now they can read license plates from cameras. I'm like, yeah, we've done that in 1970s. I mean, this is not something new. It was more expensive, difficult to do. Now you can do it on your PC, and it's much easier. It's commoditized. And one of the next waves that is coming up, I think, is the integration of the AI and actually physical robotics that is getting integrated with. I think robotics has been doing a huge advancements in there. And when you align the AI and the robotics and be able to do some of this AI on the edge instead of the cloud will allow the autonomous, well, not autonomous, but quite a lot of useful robotics from manufacturing to all the way to home areas. I mean, Aaron gave examples of, what you call the, I believe it was the Roomba machines, the vacuum cleaners, etc. But we're going to see more. And what I believe is the really next one is going to be the quantum, because the amount of computing is going to increase so much that we're going to be able to do a lot of things that we are restrained for finding new materials. Things like superconductors, etc., is going to be crazy important. And last but not least, and I've been working, I was next to the team that created the responsible AI. I think one of the biggest challenges that we are waiting with all this new technologies is how to put the checkpoints, how to make sure that there's rules and regulations about it. Ethical AI is an important one, but unfortunately, it's always at the moment is given to the creators of AI technology to practice that. So I'm gonna say AI and robotics, then the quantum computing is going to be, but all along is going to be the big thing is ethical AI.
Right. Thank you, Murat. And Aaron, if you could share real quickly, less than 2 minutes, and same with Wendy, same question. If you need me to repeat it, please let me know, and go from there.
All right. So I think like I pretty much agree. I think like we'll see more open source model. We'll see the model, the foundation model getting smaller and more compact, which allow us to actually put it into the edge or the physical AI, either on the robot, on your laptop, on your mobile phone. So I think from the model layer, you'll see more open source like models, smaller models that can run very efficiently. The second thing is the new computation kind of paradigm. If you look at today, right, it's sucking up a ton of energy just for training and inference. We will see a breakthrough where you will see custom hardware chips that can do at 1/10 of the cost from the energy point of view. And because now the data center is mostly about energy, it's not about the hardware. The hardware depreciate over time. In fact, if you look at the NVIDIA hardware, like from 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, it's no longer relevant. So you see the hardware breakthrough in there, you see the model breakthrough, you will see on the software layer, it will be easier and easier to orchestrate multiple AI agents. Like they will be able to talk in a more coherent way rather than today, like you actually need an engineer to write the code to put this thing together. I think that is the software side, the hardware side, as well as the model side. You'll see some of these like improvement and a breakthrough in the next few years.
Thank you so much, Aaron. And Wendy, same question. If you could close us out on this particular question.
I'm sorry. Can you reframe
Sure,
the?
yeah, I will read it again for you. Yes. So we've seen the progression from the internet, mobile to AI. What's the next transformative phase of AI to you? Will it be multi-agent intelligence, cognitive caching, or something we haven't yet considered yet?
I think really a couple of areas. One is that I do believe that as well as maybe recap a couple of things because I also aligned with them. I mean, I do think our models are going to get smaller and more specific, and so we're already seeing that in the work that we do. It's no longer these big monolithic models. Nobody wants to train. Have mass amounts of retraining, the cost associated with retraining, the energy, the compute power, the chips, right? These are such scarce resources that not only based off of more effective development, but also just cost and ROI is going to drive more specific applications that need to be smaller and more nimble. So that is definitely a next evolution. The other component that we see happening quite a bit is the convergence of modalities. And so we absolutely will see more and more. I mean, there's been a lot, obviously, on things like, NLP type applications and, video and image generation, but those will converge. You won't just have a self-driving car or a car that can auto brake, but you'll be able to do that with voice command, as an example. So the convergence of modalities is another major trend we're seeing across pretty much every industry. And so that is going to be important. And then from a kind of a standard standpoint, this is, I guess, maybe more of a somewhat of a hope, perhaps more than just a perfect prediction. But I do hope that we get to more standards. So, open source is a great way. I agree with Ron. Is a very good way to get there. And I have been speaking with some different industry leaders who are really trying to come together, right? So we've got the ISO standards and others, and there's even an ISO standard now, but that is really going to be in the intent to, I think, number one, create transparency, number two, create interoperability, and number three, promote the responsible AI frameworks, which again, it's really more of an end-to-end development methodology to ensure that the AI that's being developed is really trustworthy. So that when you get more open source, more standards, by definition, things are better documented, more transparent. You understand what the AI is doing. So I believe we will get there, because at the end of the day, it's going to make things more efficient and effective to be deployed, and it's also going to facilitate, I think, more adoption, right, to those smaller models. 100% black box, I think, is going to be difficult. I don't expect that will continue.
Thank you so much, Wendy. And I want to thank all of you today for sharing your individual presentations and being here on the panel to address these three these three questions that are really probably weighing on a lot of people's minds, and just great insight and great information today. I want to thank all of you for being here and participating here at the Global AI Innovation Summit. And what we're going to do right now, Murat, I know you're going to do a quick 30-second testimonial we're going to do the rest of the panelists. Murat, if you could stay on just for the 30 seconds, and then I'm just going to close out today's summit for everybody. But again, thank you so much for all of you participating and sharing your wisdom with us today.
Thank you.
Okay, Murat, it's all yours. 30 seconds,
yes.
45 seconds to do your testimony.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Glorium for organizing summits and this type of events. I think Glorium managed to really consolidate a great set of people who have very diverse backgrounds and diverse experiences, and be able to share in this environment is very, very important. And I do like the idea of communicating openly and sharing the experiences, because this is a new technologies and new areas where it's difficult to find first-hand experienced people to ask questions and listen to. Thank you for Glorium for organizing such events, and looking forward to be part of your next event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Murat. Thank you so much. And we hope to see you on a future summit.
Thank you.
Here.
Great hosting. Really nicely done, Christopher.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye. Well, everybody, we are here. We got a couple minutes left. Again, I know we're on the YouTube channel, so sometimes the questions can be it's not normally a platform for that, but definitely reach out if you have any questions to Glorium Technologies, to any of the speakers as well. We want to thank you each and every time when you attend these summits. They are designed for you, to move you in this space forward. And again, it's all about what's important to you. So we love your feedback. We'd love to find out what are some of the other areas of content that you would like to see on a future Glorium Technologies Summit. Again, we are very serious about this because we want to deliver value each and every time to each and every one of you on these summits. I want to thank you again for taking the time to be here. You were here for the full 5 hours, or even over 5 hours that we've been here since 8:50 East Coast time today. And we wish you a great rest of your January, and we'll see you on the next summit. And yet again, just before we conclude, make sure to go to that QR code again, upper left-hand side. Make sure you give us your testimonial. You're going to get the PowerPoint slides from each of the speakers, the panel as well, and for the full recording. So I'm going to leave that up here for about a minute or less. Take advantage of that. Make sure you grab that information, and we'll make sure to get that off to you. Again, thank you everybody for your time, and we'll see you on the next summit.